Hello.
Wait, is this thing on?
Ladies, gentlemen, everything in between, none of the above. Welcome to yet another episode of Shadows of War. Episode 28. We are here after taking a bye week to see friends, to take a deep breath, and to do some convention stuff. I am here personally. I think nobody else is here of my immediate friend group. There's plenty of other people here. Nobody else is here of my immediate friend group. Here in Washington, D.C. I am in downtown Washington, D.C. right now for Awesome Con. If you are on
Awesome Con.
Yeah, Awesome Con. We have fantastic people here, like Orlando Bloom. I'm not kidding. Like, he's legit here. Orlando Bloom, John Rhys Davies, a lot of people from Lord of the Rings. Nick Frost and Simon Pegg are here. And then anime friends, Christina V, Erica Mendez, myself, Keith Silverstein, Melanie, a bunch of people. Please come see us if you have the time. Anyway, I am in DC. I think most of our friends, if not everybody else, is at home, right? For the first time in a while.
I'm home.
I'm at home, yeah.
Okay,
I never leave, Mom.
You guys are mostly at home, but I don't know. It's just, I guess I kind of gotten used to
myself down.
doing this on the road. It's a little strange.
I admire that you do it on the road.
I like to think of it as a nice challenge to set everything up and get things done. But it's been productive so far. The only trouble here, chat, I think, maybe, is the internet might be a little sketchy because my Wi-Fi password fish did not work.
Fish.
They gave me the Wi-Fi password on the back of my room card holder, and the password is literally all lowercase fish, and it did not work. So now I'm on this public Wi-Fi that they have, and we're gonna see if it works. It's been pretty solid so far. Anyway, no, unfortunately, Liv Tyler will not be joining us on D&D tonight, nor will Orlando Bloom.
Damn.
Nor will John Rhys Davies, unfortunately.
It's their
Would
fault,
Chantwell.
actually. They're not here.
But we have people of equal, if not superb greatness, our wonderful players here tonight. Everybody's back. We have Hayden as Argentum, Ben as the new Silent Beak. We have Nate Grizz as Ray Zephyriel.
Runner-up to Legolas.
Yeah. Nobody knows about Legolas.
Orlando Bloom just
That's
beat
amazing.
me when I was 1 year old.
We have the wonderful Sunder by Juzo, and the fantastic Phi, played by Leijushin.
Yo.
Phi now. Anyway,
True.
we are going to get to our little recap here. But before we do said recap, we always have an icebreaker question. And this is a question that reveals a little bit more about our characters without giving away the whole game and pulling back the curtain too far. Just to give you a little nice, tasty little ankle shot, just a little piece. Something to satisfy your urges.
Scandalous.
And today, the icebreaker question is, what is your character's least heroic feat in their past? Their least heroic feat. Not the most evil thing they have done, but the kindest, most minimal thing they have done. Or the most heroic, most minimal thing they have done.
I see.
Oh, I see. It's like
you see
saving
what I
a
mean?
cat out of a tree.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go down. Or no, we'll go up this time. Haha! And we'll start with Leju. Phi. What is Phi's least heroic feat?
I was gonna say, well, you should end it with me last, but okay, we'll go. Let's see. Let me think.
Mixing it up.
The least heroic feat. So, like, not necessarily. It's not like it's like some like mundane yet.
Something you have done in your past. Backstory could be 10, 15 years ago. But something that you did, you can make it up. Obviously, you're gonna make it up, but just something that
That's
your
the whole
character
game,
would have
actually.
done. That's yeah, this one simple favor I did.
This whole game is made up, guys.
Amazing. All right.
Did you know that we're not real? No. Let's see. There was. I actually do have this written down somewhere.
Oh, okay.
There
Do you want me to
was.
come back
No, I'm good. I found it. There was this one. There was this one feat. This is very, very obscure. Like 7 years ago, where Phi caught a ball for this kid and then threw it back.
Nice. How very Sandlot of you.
And
Oh, yeah, dude.
stopped it from being run over by a carriage.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, most heroic character in this campaign.
That is heroic. Period.
Thank you.
That is not the most heroic. That is not incredibly heroic. That's heroic. Way to go. You may have had to run in front of that carriage at some point to chuck that ball back. But really nice.
Put my life in
How very
danger,
kind. Yeah. Save the cat.
Mhm.
Like as Nate had mentioned. Okay. Fantastic. Maybe, who knows? Maybe that kid will come back in 3 sessions with the ball that he had.
Dude, I mean, this kid would be like 7 years older than he was before. He'd be like an adult.
You saved
He'd be
my
like an
balls,
adult.
huh?
All
It's
right,
like,
moving
"You
on up.
saved my balls, sir." He's
Back
like
when I
a
was a
full,
child.
like, yeah.
Okay, Sunder. What is your least heroic feat? Could be from when you were a child, a teenager, when you were in a Bronca with Kelly. But what was your least heroic feat?
Sunder's least heroic feat actually happened shortly after he came into Ivranka for the first time.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he helped a bard that was kind of down on his luck this bard encountered some rough-ended people, and they broke his lute. And all Sunder did was really restring it. So that's kind of it.
That's exactly what we're trying to search for. These tiny little vignettes, these small little narratives that you guys may even turn into a fanfic drabble, or could be a fanfic drabble, that kind of thing, where it's this like 2-page short little, this is what we did, and this proves my character. So restringing a lute, how bohemian of Sunder. That's fantastic. Okay, moving on up. Argentum. Hayden, what is Argentum's least heroic feat?
I would say it's probably when they were back in their hometown of Haltertal.
Okay.
Most likely, they helped a fellow orphan who they had grown up with get into the guards. They recommended them to the captain of the guard and helped them start their training as a guard.
Fantastic. That is heroic. You Argentum would have the connections to make that happen, and would be probably not expecting any sort of favors out of that. That is definitely that is an heroic feat. Fantastic. Very good stories. Okay. Nate, Ray, what is Ray's least heroic feat?
Whether or not it's heroic is up to interpretation.
Okay,
but,
sure.
How to describe? When Zephyriel first arrived here, he was about 15, and so I would say about a year into being at the temple, so around 16.
Okay.
He didn't really get out much, so not a lot of opportunities to do, over the years of growing up and being raised and trained. Not a lot of opportunities to go out and do some heroic stuff. But something he did do passively, without really telling anyone and not knowing if anyone noticed, is that he would use 5 points of lay on hands on the little rats scurrying around the temple to cure their diseases when he could.
Oh my god. And that little rat's name was Whimsy!
It could be rats, it could be
That's really cute.
any creatures that were carrying diseases or sick or dying.
Yeah.
Lay
on hands is kind of broke when you think about it like that.
Yeah.
Just walk around to people and just like, and you don't have smallpox, and you don't have measles, and you don't have polio or something.
Who knows? Maybe I prevented the Black Plague.
You were the single link in the chain that prevented all of the drow from getting surface dweller diseases.
Pretty much how he tried to stealthily heal one of those giant insect monsters.
Oh yeah, the
He
Ankegs.
do that and been doing that for a long time.
That's really cool. Really great story, man. All right, he's got a little bit softer of a heart than he likes to present.
For the creatures that can't help themselves.
Yeah. Okay, moving up, we got Ben. What is Silent Beak's... Silent Beak! No more wall, unfortunately, but what is Silent Beak's least heroic feat?
So, when she was younger, just a small little beak, well, not too big,
fledgling.
a little fledgling, there was a day where she was doing her work, as she often does in the location that she worked.
Mm-hmm.
I'm staying mum about that.
Yes.
Taking down scripture, writing in a big old book, when a spider slowly lowered itself down onto the page that she was writing on.
Curious.
And Beaky didn't know what to do at this point. Her first instinct was to just like close the book and smush the spider.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's like, oh, there would be a spider smudge on the page, and that would be bad. So she very quickly grabbed the spider, like she like shepherded it onto her hand, and like very quickly like managed to squirm out of her duties and go out to the hallways where maybe the spider would be safe, and she gently let it free, and it scurried away into the dark. So she saved a spider when she was
Wow.
younger.
That is a very least heroic feat.
Most heroic.
It is the most least
feat.
heroic feat. I will be honest, this question I did steal from a book. A big book of character development that I got from a writer friend. It's really neat for asking, like, I whenever I'm writing, I always ask myself as many questions as possible. Why are they doing that? What's going on? Why does this inform this? And that sort of thing. So yeah, I stole this question, the least heroic feat thing. These are kind of things that you may be thinking just, on a whim at any given while you're walking down the street or going to the grocery store. These, tiny little past histories of your characters, but it's nice to kind of air them. I think it's really neat to kind of get what you think the core of your character is. Okay.
That's a good question.
Are we still Gucci? I'm just making sure the internet is good. Yeah.
Yep.
I cut out a little
Okay,
bit, but you
fantastic.
should be okay.
Okay. I paused the
Oh, rest in peace.
stream, so that'll probably save me some bandwidth. Awesome. So, hello.
Hey,
Hello?
All right.
Hello?
Oh shit. I may have to pop out chat just so I, hello.
That might be
Yeah.
the way, is just pop out chat and close as many tabs as you possibly can.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
down
true.
to one tab now. Okay. Let's see if
I'm
that
down
helps.
to one.
All right. But my notes. I gotta go on my phone. All right. My notes.
This is what happens when fish doesn't work, guys.
Okay. All right. Sweet. So
Real.
this is what happens when fish doesn't work. So we were when last we were together, we had a couple of things happen. Ray, you went down by the river, the new river, the yet unnamed river, actually, that has just emerged from the heart of Lolthlorian out to the coast, the frigid coast, when Castle Eladar separated from the mainland and split the world in front of you, a crack that keeps growing wider and wider. This is where you decided to say your personal farewells to the wall. We had the party meet up with you after that, and you guys got together and said a few words and spoke at length with Silent Beak. Even though she cannot say a word, there were many feelings, thoughts, and ideas exchanged. And in that moment, you felt Lolth's embrace for the first time a bit. You felt a touch on your shoulder, and that is when you showed the world your aura of protection, how you were able to envelop your friends in this this fierce defensive fervor. What happened to the wall, you won't let happen again. And after that very heartfelt and honestly cathartic, I would imagine for a lot of you, exchange, who else shows up but Veric Tin Whistle, who you guys haven't seen in almost a week and a half, 2 weeks, a while. It's been a bit. The last you saw of Veric was when you guys were at Downwater, actually. The destroyed settlement of Downwater, where him and his closest guard came to rest for a while looking for the fugitive Sunder. During that exchange, a couple of things happened that I feel like we should resurface and talk about for just a second. If I recall correctly, Argentum, through various means, and Phoenix, through various means, aided in the murder of Veric's superior officer.
07.
who was, yes. And then that Veric then approached Sunder and was willing to look the other way at his bounty. He was willing to let that slide if they collectively never talked about the murder, and if Sunder agreed to begin steps to atone for what he did. Veric's idea of justice and Sunder's idea of justice were a little bit at odds, but they found kinship together through a shared worship of Ilmater, the god of suffering. And he gave you his own amulet of Ilmater, Sunder, to have as a token to remind you to atone for what you've done, to flagellate, to basically he told you to punish yourself for what you did in the same ways that Ilmater would. But through that, you would find peace and justice in yourself and for your own murder. Anyway, Veric is back. There's a lot of dark secrets under there, but he has himself changed. Veric clearly has been through combat, quite a bit of combat. He comes fairly hale, but he looks really rough. It looks like there's a lot of magical scars that he has taken in. His right cheek has this sort of crystalline scar and a hole in it that goes all the way through. And when he speaks and smiles, you see bits of his tendons move, and then there's a hole in his face. He's been through a lot, but he's still trying to find a silver lining to it all. And not just that, but the rest of the Riders of Koth seem, as they kind of brought you guys into the Great Hall, they seemed at peace with what is happening. Not necessarily happy. They seem very tired. After they came into the Great Hall and started to make the place a little bit more cozy, light fires, move furniture.
He's gone.
Oh,
There we
He's
go.
dead. He's dead.
Gone so far.
Not dead.
So
Not
far
dead.
in.
oh, there he is.
Sometimes
You're
I
not
can
dead?
still hear his
Yay.
voice.
Anyway, Veric and the Riders of Koth
But you
turns-
became like 70 billion far away.
Oh, okay, well, that's because my mic. Anywho, the Riders of Koth turned this cold crown of masonry on this atoll that is separated from this continent into a bit more of a warm space for everybody to try and relax after bouts of combat, after both from the students and from the front lines of Ibranca, and after a successful sermon from Zeph, from Ray. Alondra brought to you Drow from the South. After you mused on it for a little bit, you realize that the garb here is from Drow that unearthed themselves in a further southern region of Lolthlorian. A little bit warmer. Your skin a bit more sun-kissed and dry. The dialect they speak tinged with the scent of incense and resins and a quicker tongue than you could speak to them initially. But through Alondra, you were able to reassert the teachings of the Reformed Church to these people, and they didn't give you a firm response. They mused on it for a little bit, but Alondra seemed to get that it worked. They're beginning to understand. They are starting to open up. And you had a successful I don't want to say conversion attempt, but you had a successful sermon. People were listening. And when you talk about religion, when you talk about spirituality, when you talk about lives lived and lost, having people listen is like 70% of that. And you, as a man of a cloth, definitely know that you're putting your foot in the right direction. So now here we are. The orange, yellow sun that is uncharacteristically beginning to peek through the wispy aurora of purple and black, gray clouds and light that whip around above you. The sun makes itself known as it begins to crest over the horizon and come in fractured and shimmering through broken stained glass, casting itself over piles of debris, shards of glass, fluttering banners in the breeze, bits of snow that waft in, and over several bodies that still litter not just the outside, but some propped up on the inside. And this weird juxtaposition of mirth and death. Elandra and the beaded southern drow over in one corner that they have kind of claimed as their own. Their sisters making food. One has found an instrument, and they're beginning to play some soft music on a kind of like, you know what, guys, what an eru is? That like that string instrument. Kind of very soft eru music in the corner. Some of the students are having a conversation together, huddled, quite fervent, not heated, but they're trying to get something right, and it seems like they're arguing about something. The Riders of Koth have sprinkled themselves throughout, most of them realizing that they're probably the oldest people here, the drows excluded, trying to offer some basic combat, like hand-to-hand combat and martial combat lessons to some of the students that are here who have only really been taught magic and how to hide themselves. And you have the honored guests here, sitting with Veric Tinwhistle, a couple other riders. As you guys take a deep breath, you guys are able to relax for just a second. You may be able to let your guard down, emotionally, narratively, or
I don't trust you, DM.
Okay, all right. But yeah,
Nothing you
that's
say
where
I
are.
trust. This
You
is
took
a
wall from
campaign
us.
of deceit.
It is about 5 p.m. You have about 5 hours until sun set. The sun is setting, but you have about 5 hours until it's like it is down and the night is black outside. There are a couple of other refugees scattered throughout that the riders brought with them for some reason. You have obviously people that have kind of made their way here from parts unknown, like Silent Beak, who kind of came here in the past couple of days before the peninsula kind of removed itself from the continent. You have people that have been here for a while, just kind of denizens of the town, like the beaded drow, who have been here for a bit. You have the Riders of Koth, and then like a couple of other citizens from the town that have made or are making a new makeshift day-to-day for themselves. But let's see here. All right, what do you guys do?
So many options. So little time.
Argentum, if we're all sitting together, Argentum has their journal out, and they are just looking around them, looking at who's with them, and then going back to just rapidly writing. They're just... looks like they're just kind of getting a bunch of ideas out on a page. That is what they are up to.
Is it, DM, remind me, is it night or is it day?
It is day right now. The sun is just beginning to set. So you're on the back end of the day.
Dusk moment.
We're still in that chamber with the that had, I can't remember if it was a statue or like an illusion of Ipswich.
Oh yeah, it's a painting actually of
Right.
quite a regal oil painting of Ipswich that has since been ripped down one side diagonally, burnt and charred a little bit, and has fallen off of the wall, but it's kind of leaning against the wall. You can see that it's been up there for quite some time. There's a spot on the wall where it was, and the spot just outside of the wall is a slightly darker color. So it's been up there for 20, 30 years.
I nudge Argentum and then tap my temple twice.
They will create a mind link, knowing that is what they want.
May I ask what you are doing? Just see you're scribbling.
Oh,
Loud as
well,
always.
I had an idea for a new story, but you know how there's the new river?
Yes.
I had an idea for a name for it.
What is it?
In Elvish, it would be Iramis Ma. And it translates to the Wall's Home.
How would you go about naming a river?
I don't know. Get enough people to call it that, I suppose. We have a large group here. I don't know. Word gets around quick. And even if that's just what we call it, just thought it might be a nice tribute.
I was never very good at Elvish.
It is, well, technically my third language. We spoke it at home a lot.
You speak Abyssal too, don't you?
Only recently, yeah. Why?
Have we decided where we're going to rest?
I'm not sure, but if you want me to keep watch while you rest, I don't mind.
Actually, I need a favor.
Yes, anything.
I have an hour of downtime in a chamber separate from everyone else. If the chance arises, that's when I need it.
Sure. Give me a signal.
And
Sure. How did you say the
interrupting-
name again?
Oh, go ahead.
Iramis Ma. It would be... if I was going to write it in common letters, it would be IRAMMAS if you needed that.
Thank you for spelling that for the DM.
Iramis-Mar.
Mm-hmm. The Wall's Home.
Interrupting what I assume to be Argentum staring into space.
Well, they'd be continuing to write things down while they're mentally conversing with Ray. This is clearly something that they're practiced in doing, especially after having Vivacry in their mind for 28 years.
That's true. Okay. then unknowingly, Veric kind of like grabs your book and pulls it down. And you see his nose kind of buried in his tin cup. And he puts his cup down. What you writing?
Well, hello, gorgeous, and they'll tap their quill on his nose. I'm working on a new book.
A new book.
I'm an author.
Ah. What do you write?
Mystery novels.
Fair. Most of your novels are a mystery to me.
Damn.
Cyric actually knew who I was when we met.
Really? His face gets kind of like serious for a second.
Yeah.
Did you choose?
You ever read anything by Argentum Rillis?
He looks in his cup. No, I can't say I have.
That's fine. But I'm a mystery author. And I haven't had a moment to work on a new manuscript in a while, so taking advantage.
I haven't had a moment to work on anything in quite some time. And you know, in between the chaos and the spark and fire of combat, it's been very difficult to find my mind again. And his usual, like, kind of carefree attitude to battle, to valor, to commendations, and he seems like the kind of guy to fight because it gets him stuff, right? It's not honor, it's not to protect something. This is a guy who likes war because war begets medals, which gives him land. War gets him titles. He drops all that and kind of looks at you and says, I thought that being a warrior was my calling, bringing my family, my people, the settlers, really, a name. Making a name for the city, Kof, for the leaders, the tin whistles, But after I saw children slaughtered, he stares into his cup. They don't care about land. Those driders don't care about titles or commendations. Those creatures, they like to kill. It's fun. Veric looks over at the drow in the corner. This is part of their culture, Argentum. This is who they are. It's been ingrained in them since they were birthed from the dirt below us.
People are capable of change.
It's been 500 years. They've had plenty of time to change.
Not every single person will change. That is true. There are some people whose instincts will guide them towards cruelty. That is true. Some people hate simply because they can. But are you familiar with the Reformed Church at all?
Reformed Church? We've had 1 or 2 missionaries, but religions pop up like daisies everywhere.
It's not a new religion.
It's not. If anyone can speak on reform and the fact that people can change if they are willing, they'll kind of nod their head in Ray's direction. It is our very own Zephyriel. They've made waves very positively with just the drow that we have here. And it is inspiring, honestly. And it shows that even though that culture of cruelty and malice is ingrained in them from birth, it is what they are born into, that if they choose to change, it is very possible. And with the right words and the right intent, drastic change is possible. Positive change is very possible. Think about where you grew up, how you were raised, thinking that titles and valor was all that mattered. And think about how you have changed after seeing what you have just on the battlefield.
He looks at Ray
Hmm.
and then grabs his symbol of Ilmater, which, if you recall, is 2 hands that have been bound by frayed ropes. And he pulls it out of his chest plate, and to kind of like, as it clinks on his armor on the outside. And he holds it in his fist and says out loud, "I stand before you in infinite patience. I stand before you in infinite patience." And he starts muttering this to himself. And it looks like he's getting angry. "I stand before you in infinite patience. And I learn from your presence." He opens his eyes. "Ray, can I call you that?"
I don't mind.
He glances over to the drow in the corner, who have been burning incense and resins from Ipswich's his reagent stash for the past hour. The whole corner is filled with a wonderfully perfumey scent, very deep and musky and spicy. As it wafts over here, he looks at the drow who are doing something foreign to him. They plan the traditional funerary practice. Dosh Kol. And you remember Dosh Kol is the proper undercommon term, very proper undercommon term for exactly what you witnessed on top of the Far Tower with Baron Edo.
Mm-hmm. They plan to do this. Is he insinuating they are going to do this for Wall?
He's insinuating they're going to do it for someone.
Okay. What is the He seems rather upset about that. Why? What do I know about why this seems aggravating or offensive?
He, put bluntly, he is very difficult to move in his ways.
I got that.
Yeah. And he speaks further. It seems one of them has lost someone very dear to them. Dosh Kol has, at least in Ivbranca, only been performed by familial relations. And between lovers. That is the extent of my knowledge. But if you do wish to prove to me this Reformed Church has different ways, you won't let them shed blood tonight. Part of the ritual is the letting of kinship's blood. I have tried to learn. In my time in Lolthlorian, I have immersed myself in drow culture. Their ways, their moors. They passed through Kof and still do daily, refugees on their way to the Stone Curtain. On the way west. Ray, if you want to prove to me the Reformed Church is real, you will show me a different ritual. You will show them a new way to do this.
Forgive me for my forwardness, but you, as a follower of a different deity, why do I owe this to you, this proof? My concern is being a leader and a teacher for those who've been kept in the dark for, as you said, half a millennia. It's not my responsibility to open your mind for you.
Okay.
However,
He looks at you. Oh, go ahead.
if there is something I agree that new rituals should be made. If the old ones are still being practiced, if cruelty is still involved, so I'll start to stand up.
Veric begins to speak. You do not owe me anything. And he interrupts himself by taking another drink and looking over, noticing that Alondra is on her way over here. So he shuts up. Zephyriel. She approaches you. I wish for you to help me perform the ritual of Doshkal. Tonight. Midnight.
Yeah, may I ask, like, what the, I guess, steps are, like the procedure
Yeah.
is
There's
for
three.
this
There's three
ritual?
steps for Doshkal, and you know these by heart. Traditional Doshkal, at least. They are. There's a prayer, and I can send you a prayer. You can make one up, but it's just a prayer. And then there are three offerings that you have to perform. Baron Eddowes was a very special case because he had a lot of like really powerful people there. This was a direct connection to Lolth that he had. There was a lot of like, this is like a very rough and tumble version. It's very slapdash with what they've put together. They had all the perfect parts and all those little obsidian totems that you guys had and held onto for the longest time. They had all those wonderful pieces specifically made for that ritual for Baron Eddowes. But this one's a little bit more homespun. And there are the three simple steps that you got to do. You need to provide a tool that they used in life, symbolizing how they shaped their path in life. What tool, like a hoe or a plow or gloves, or he was a hiker, so he had these boots that he wore. Something that was very keen to them. A personal trinket, so something either magical or with emotional value towards this person. A brooch, laces to like a jerkin or something to that effect. Just a personal little item, small hair, what have you. And then blood from a close kin or ally, given freely, not taken in duress, to tie the webs of fate together, to kind of spin them together. There are some other, like, and the ritual changes based on where people are, what they've experienced in life. One thing that you know specifically is that where you are from, a body, if there is one, is placed on a plinth, and then there is like an X that is formed from silks or ropes across the body, and then you have that half moon of obsidian obelisks that was used in Baronetto's ritual as well. Now there are gestures as well. There are 3 gestures. You trace in the air like a spiral. You just keep moving. You're kind of like how Doctor Strange does his sling ring.
By the eye of...
You have the weaving of the web, which is a cross of hands and arms together in sort of like a trance, like it almost looks like you're flossing, but with your hands just like in front of you. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then you have the eightfold web, which is just a trace of 2 hands and X in the air. So those are just the like gestures and rituals and things like that, and they come at random intervals. They come as the spirit moves you. You know, there is no hard and fast. There are just like some very vague rules that you have to follow. Right? It's kind of a little witchcrafty in that way, where you're just like, if you do this when the moon is red, and then this will happen. Right?
Okay.
And that is it. I think I can give you a prayer if you would like. I have a selection of prayers of Lolth.
Yeah, I actually would like to ask, am I able to, I don't know, it's hard to guess. I'm trying to think about what makes, is it, what was his first name? It's not,
Veric?
is it Tarek? Wait, say it again?
Veric.
Veric, okay. Veric so uncomfortable about someone else, bleeding for the sake of a ritual? Is it just like the self-harm aspect? Is it like, because it's not like they're sacrificing a goat, so I'm sorry.
No.
Trying
Based on what he said, it is almost entirely a like moral thing. It is the self-harm aspect, I would imagine, at like the root of it. But it's like, the letting of blood. Ilmater is the god of the people who suffer. Right? He is the protector of people who suffer. He is the one who endures. So
he might see other people like harming themselves as
correct.
Inflicting needless suffering on. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Last question. Would I remember anything of the Reformed faith trying to alter this ritual in the past, or no?
Make a history check.
Will do. At the speed of light. I've got it open. That's an 11.
An 11. Okay.
Above average.
You know that the Reformed Church has never attempted to alter this ritual. Even when you were there as an emissary to work with the other drow to move Baron Edo's spirit to the next plane, there was no alteration. Everything was done by the book. You don't know what happens if you try and change anything. You have no idea. Lolth hasn't talked in a long time, and the last time you heard her talk, crazy shit happened. But you don't know if you try and change things, if you mix up the incantations, if you mess with the gestures, what have you. It could just be volatile. Could work. Could go horrifically wrong.
Got it. Okay. I look at Alondra. For whom is this for? I thought your sisters were healthy.
My lover.
Right.
Sindra.
suppose we do have time.
Could you come with me, please? She is uncharacteristically solemn.
Felt that. I'll follow her and continue the conversation away from.
She gives a very shallow bow to the group. Excuse us. And she takes you
course.
over to this-
Also, just to Veric. I will contemplate your ask. What you're asking is unprecedented territory.
and he looks at you and says, as you walk away, where we live is unprecedented territory.
I'll follow Landra.
Landra guides you back to the tents, 2 or 3 tents that they've put together. They're nice. Some of them are made out of the house tapestries that have been there, kind of fallen to the ground. Some are made out of legitimate material that they have sourced from the students. Some are kind of making a home away from home by piling up debris and rubble into like a stone little cairn that they're kind of living in. And that is where she gestures you to enter.
I do.
Inside, there's a very small fire, and I'm talking like twigs. It's about the size of maybe 2 of your fists put together. As the smoke isn't vented out the top, it just kind of comes out. So you do walk in, and as your head is engulfed in this smoke, it smells sweet and sticky and a little bit sour and spicy. And you notice mounds of amber and myrrh and other resins are piled on top of this smoke. And as you sit down, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I'm deep in thought at the moment.
I believe.
Let's see. Just making sure there's nothing that. Oh,
Sure.
right. I had plus.
And if you're beyond 60 feet,
Which you would
I
be.
can't hear you. So,
I think I am.
yeah, no mind link, my buddy.
Okay, but I get an extra +4 to whatever this roll is. So natural 20
Okay.
for 1, and then add 4. So
Okay,
27.
whatever. Just okay.
Okay.
I'm that guy lately. I don't know.
The mist and smoke of the strange fire fills your head with a haze, but a silver thought through your mind cleaves this smoke in two, and you are able to see, think, and breathe clearly in the smoke cloud. As you enter, you see the beaded drow and one of Alandra's sisters look pretty stoned, like high out of their minds. They are rocking back and forth. Some of them are speaking in tongues under their breath. And Alandra looks at you and says, "Your mind is stronger than I thought. This may work."
I've worked hard to become so. What may work exactly?
She reaches into her satchel. It's just kind of tossed in the one of the sides of this room. She pulls out a small, tarnished silver spider, and then reaches in with another hand. She moves the spider to her other hand, reaches in with the same hand, and pulls out a silver dagger.
I see.
And she puts the spider on one side of the fire. And as she does, you hear the tink, tink, of the metal hitting the stone floor, the flames turn purple. This is right. This is normal. This is how the ritual goes. She places the silver dagger on the other side of the fire. The flames straighten themselves. They are almost like looking at a jet engine exhaust. No longer are they flicking themselves about the small stone little hovel that they have built. But it's... and you hear this low, mid-tone hum coming from this flame itself. This is normal. This is how the ritual is supposed to go. Elandra looks at you through the smoke and sees your blindfold. Sees you. She grabs her dagger and places it to her hand.
I thought this was happening at midnight. Is she doing the ritual now?
You
Seems
didn't ask.
like it. Okay. Fuck, dude. So I want to tell her to stop for a sec. Just hold. I'm just having a really hard time, like, coming up with a new way to do this.
You're the prophet.
I know, but it's a age-long ritual to alter in about 5 minutes of thinking time.
She stops. The flames soften. She moves the offerings aside. Speak your mind.
We have... before you finish, before you continue, why do you think part of this is giving your own blood, your own pain? How do you rationalize it? Beyond the fact that it has been this way since the beginning.
Sanguine stain wets the webs. They wick and flick upon our face and our hearts, so that her suffering, she sheds a tear, becomes mine.
So this suffering only begets more suffering. It leaves little room for healing.
She looks at
Keeps
her
us
hand.
weak, does it not?
There is strength in memory.
There is. There are many ways to remember than just scars.
These old magics are so hard to put.
I know. That is the weight on my mind. We have done this the same way for centuries, and yet it has... and yet nothing has changed.
I don't mean to stop you or change things. I just want this concern to be heard. I wouldn't dream of causing her passing to go terribly, terribly wrong. But I can't ignore the possibility that there is something we could do to make sure it happens much better than it would.
We do. Another god, do we plead on our knees to some other power?
I don't think so.
Do. I can't let her soul linger for this long. If I had her gem, maybe I could bring her back. Maybe I could keep her here with me. But it was lost. I could not find. So we have to be at peace. We have to say goodbye to those we love. And I'm willing to try something new. Loth willing, I am going to reform myself. Become a better drow, a service drow. Become like you, Ray. The sisters can't hear any of this. They are still moving back and forth. All sense of hard-nosedness, all of her flint skin melts in front of you as she becomes vulnerable. Please help me, Ray. Help me move on. She gets closer to you. Help me love again. Teach me. I'm so lost. I'm scared. She grabs your hand.
I
Yeah. Heavy, right?
Damn. Oh my god. I'm not even here. That's crazy. Chewing some popcorn on the side
bro.
like that's crazy.
I'm so
Spicy.
stuck on inventing a new
I bet it was easy for Jesus.
the thing is I feel like when you cut yourself, you opened a wound to show that you are vulnerable. But what she's doing right now is so much deeper than just bleeding on the flames. Just don't.
Could have just acknowledged that.
I put my hand on top of her hand, just gently, not grabbing her other hand, but just go sort of in between both my hands. Let's sit by the fire.
She sniffs back a tear. Okay. She goes back to her seat. She takes out the tarnished silver spider, puts it on the left side of the fire. She takes out the brilliant silver dagger, puts it on the right side of the fire. The flames change. And she holds out her hands to you.
I want you to speak to me, but not as if I'm not as me. I want you to say the things that you would say to her. I want you to, instead of showing that you bleed, let your already deeply bleeding heart show.
She closes her eyes and breathes. Shaky at first, but after 2 or 3 seconds, it evens out in the shaking of her sisters. Once frantic and almost a little scary, unsettling, begins to even out into a slow, pendulum-like back and forth. And you see Elandra's eyes shut tight also begin to relax.
Before she starts to speak, I'm going to let my aura of protection. These are all of my allies.
That's exactly what we need right now.
And additionally, I will... I wish I could do this on the soul of her loved one, but since the one who needs to heal is Elandra, in case something were to go wrong, I will, already touching her hands, cast and concentrate on protection from evil and good.
Okay. All right, noted.
So if this target can't be possessed, gain the charmed or frightened condition, and they, if they were like hit by celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, undead, they would have disadvantage. But yeah, the important thing is they cannot be frightened, charmed, etc.
Okay. And you see your magic begin to take hold on her. No, not take hold. You begin to see her let your magic in. Let your spirit in. And she says, after a very deep, held breath, "You were not born for peace. You were born with fangs and venom. You were born to claw your way from the dirt, like all good Drawa. And when our paths crossed, I felt something strange stir within me. I felt something strange stir in you. You dangerously, inspiringly soften. You bared your throat to me, your heart, your secret. You chose to love me as I was, not out of weakness, but because of your strength. Like the web of life You spun another strand on me. You wrapped me in silken sorrow, in love and hate. You fought for me with your life, and I for yours. We bled together. We laughed together. Interestingly. And we lived without apologizing for who we were. She takes a deep breath. You see her eyes open, and a faint ember of purple flickering somewhere, like the facet of a gem deep within her sockets. She looks through you into your eyes, and she says, "Youth, your magic can change mine."
Oh, will you mind saying it one more time? Cut
She
out a
says-
little.
Felt real bad.
You think your petty magic can change mine.
Mm.
Hmm.
Speak, my son. Tell me your plan.
As I am now, it is more than obvious. I lack tangible power to change or prove to you the importance, effectiveness, and potential of my plan. But with enough time, with enough of my own effort, blood, sweat, and tears, I will amass an army of followers who build each other through a shared strength under your ideals in a new light. You will have no choice but to accept it.
You are. You are cunning. You are Sephiroth. Elandra breathes once more. May love honor your bond by weaving you into the same thread of life as you once were. May we meet again. Not soul to soul, but shadow to shadow. Amen. She takes her hands away from you. What did you do?
I listened. And if your pain could take physical form, the ground would be soaked in blood.
She looks around herself, as though the ground is soaked in a fiery, zealous blood. She looks at you, her eyes wide in wonder, like you have saved the world already. And Elandra smiles and says, "She was mine, but so are you." We are yours. And so are they. She looks out at your friends at the table. and through, exposing my heart. She grabs your hands again. We have found strength. This is the Reformed Church. In here, she points to your heart, and you feel this bony finger on your chest. This is the Reformed Church. You. This rock cavern, this cathedral, this castle, this country. It's in us all. Zephyrael, we have to tell everyone. By Loth, we have to tell everyone.
Zephyrael puts his hand on her face. And we will. Now you felt it. You felt how much stronger this web is.
All we have to do is listen. And she will speak to us. We were not listening, Ray. We waited, but it was upon a deaf ear. You weren't listening. She's having an epiphany in front of you. She shakes her sisters awake. Sisters, we have so much work we have to do. So much work. She begins to pull them out of the little rock cave. But before she does, she kneels down to you, still short of breath, still slightly frantic. But you feel cold lips pressed to yours. She holds it for a good solid second that feels like much longer.
Can I just grab her shoulders and then sort of gently move away?
Yeah, sure. You do so. She looks at you still. Thank you.
Of course.
And she leaves you alone. This little rock tent.
They all just like move. They all leave the tent.
Yeah. No, one of
All right,
the last sister to leave kind of gives you a second glance, squints at you,
Oh,
and then
interesting.
leaves.
Guess I wouldn't really. Maybe I feel the glance. I just dropped to my knees and grabbed my fucking chest and started panting and sweating.
Oh my god. Okay. Can you
just actually collapse?
Can you make a Constitution saving throw for me?
I can. That's a 6?
A 6?
Damn.
Yeah, you suffer
Oh, or
one level
10.
of exhaustion.
It would be a 10, actually. Sorry.
Okay. You suffer one level of exhaustion until you get a
That's
long rest,
fair.
which I think will be relatively soon. But yeah. Okay. As you sit there in the tent, having a religious panic attack. Spiritual panic attack.
Just hear him from across the room,
And you see like 4 women leave the tent afterward.
I
don't know what happened.
Phoenix turns to Argenum and says, "Oh my god."
They look up from their book, just, what?
5 enter.
I gotta
What
hear how
screams?
Veric reacts.
All right.
Dude, my head's throbbing, actually. My head out of game is throbbing.
You thunk too hard. You thunk too hard.
was
Your
thinking
brain
too
was
hard.
working a lot.
But that was one of the most beautiful things I've ever experienced in D&D. We'll talk about that later. That was great. That was
Poggers.
amazing, man. That was incredible. Okay, so what are the rest of you guys doing? Veric is still kind of just waxing, watching. He's been watching the entire thing unfold over in the corner. He has seen those drow leave the area, and he just kind of drinks and muses over it.
Oh, let him do his thing. It's rude to stare, darling. And they'll just look at him from over the top of their glasses.
He looks distracted. He doesn't meet your gaze. Hope he's all right.
I'm sure he is. Zephyriel's a lot stronger than people realize.
Yes.
In many ways. His words
to
can
be.
touch people. He does. His words can touch people. They've touched me. Zephyriel has been, well, through everything, my greatest confidant. And a true friend, even if he doesn't see it. So he is strong. And I assure you, he is all right. I know that.
I am. For the longest
You?
time, me, I am. Something is clearly distracting him. And he winces a little bit.
Maybe you do need something stronger than water.
Ugh. And you hear as he starts to grunt, it looks like he's experiencing a bout of really bad indigestion or something. But you hear he moves his mouth open and closed and grunting and he grabs his temple. You hear the crystalline scab that's his cheek start to grate against his teeth as he opens and closes his mouth.
Careful.
His nose begins to bleed a black substance.
Veric!
What?
He falls to the floor in a clatter of tin and metal and silence as the Riders of Cough rush over to him.
We need a medic! Medical, preferably!
There's one student that pipes up. Lillian snaps her book closed. Be right there. She comes over and looks at him, moves his head. I don't think that this is a physical ailment.
Do we think
What
it's
the
magical?
shit?
Do we have
He
any way to
also
tell?
Heard the call for a medic and was wandering around nearby, and also hurries over and looks at Argentum quizzically.
He was gripping his skull, and then I think it has something to do with that wound on his cheek, and they point to the black substance on his nose.
Mm-hmm.
His nose started bleeding out. We need to help him quickly.
She will immediately cast detect magic.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
How does it look when Silent Bee casts detect magic?
So she'll nod to Argentum, and then bring out her ringed hand, or really just her right hand, and will basically draw a series of gestures with her fingers. She'll point with some fingers, flex, make an open palm, a series of gestures.
Okay.
Speak a word, and then snap. And then a small little green, it seems like a moth kind of insect, almost like a mode of light that's shaped like a moth, will spring out of her hand and fly into the air and dissipate, and a barely perceptible shimmer covers a 30-foot area around Beak.
Okay. The moat flies and dissipates into the area, and you feel an immense wave of necromantic energy ping back to you from specifically the body of Veric Tinwhistle. And it seems to be concentrated, like the wave of necromantic energy is it's not like a color, it's a feeling, like an overwhelmingly negative feeling, like a pit of dread. And as you move your eyes over Veric's body, certain parts feel more or less intense. And as you look at that wound on his cheek, it's you're not afraid, but you feel terror. You don't turn away, you're not compelled to run, but there is a very, very dense like a neutron star of dread in your gut.
Beak will regard that, and she will immediately follow up with another set of gestures, a little more animated this time, and she will press her finger against the wound, and will cast Dispel Magic.
Okay. Let me double check this. So you place your appendage on the wound. You cast Dispel Magic. And slowly, the crystalline rot on Veric's cheek begins to peel itself back, revealing fresh flesh that is actively bleeding pretty profusely. But the wound is no longer cauterized. The veins in his neck and on his arm begin to go back to their original, like, ruddy, stalwart complexion. His face begins to glow a little bit more, but he doesn't wake up. It looks like you have removed whatever this phage, this necrosis, was from him, but he's still unconscious.
Can I, like, check for a pulse? Can I check for breathing?
Yeah, you can make a medicine check.
Yeah. 9!
9.
He is unconscious. He is not dead.
I, like, Beak will give, like, a small little, like, sigh of just, like after you've done, like a tough task, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then we'll draw another set of gestures with her hand, speak a word in her death tongue, which sends shivers around everybody's spine. We'll snap her fingers, and another little, like, moth mode of light will flutter out of her palm and onto the cheek that's bleeding, and this is gonna cure wounds.
Okay. How much is it going to heal?
It's gonna heal for 1d8 plus 4.
1d8
7.
plus 4.
EP.
7. Okay, cool. So, the moth flies out and lands on Veric's cheek, kind of sucks up a little of the blood, kind of, as like talcum powder would to, like, or cornstarch would to liquid. It starts to clot, and then the magic itself fades into Veric, and his flesh begins to curl back over his teeth and his tendons. His skin becomes a little bit more flush, and he stirs. There's no sudden gasp, or there's nothing exciting, but he stirs, and he opens his eyes. Where am I?
Hello, pretty boy.
Still here.
Where am I? Where is he?
You are in Castle Elidar, darling.
He just kind of takes a second to breathe, and looks up at Silent Beak, and he gestures thank you in sign language.
She like seems kind of taken back, and she nods like half confused, half thankful for the thank you. And just steps back and like adjusts her robes and kind of just stands there not knowing what to do next.
You good, buddy?
He looks, you know how like after you throw up, you're just kind of like, yeah, I'm okay. I feel better now, but like there's gonna be another one coming or something like that, right? You're
Still
just kind of
queasy.
like, yeah. He has that kind of expression on him. His lips are slacked. His eyes are glassed over, dark circles, but he does look better than he did. He looks cured, but he definitely could use a good night's sleep or something, even a meal. One of his subordinates, his colleagues, come over with his trademark tin cup, and he greedily grabs it and begins to sip at it. Thank you.
Okay.
Beak, you are remarkable.
She gives like that oh it's nothing kind of hand gesture with her hand, and then she quickly writes down on her slate and then flips it to Face Argentum. Necromancy is written.
It was necromancy.
She realizes something, and then rubs out necromancy, and then writes more things, and it says necromancy was affecting him.
Huh.
Ah. It would appear that necromancy was affecting you, Veric, darling.
That does make sense.
It makes sense?
How did you come to have that wound?
Oh, yeah. Speaking of, can I like take a knife and scrape the thing off the ground?
Scrape the what?
The rot off the ground with
You can
like,
try
a
and
knife?
find some. Yeah,
Gross.
can you make an investigation check for me?
Okay.
Because it was all this all happened in like the span of less than 6 seconds, so it was kind of hard to keep track of a lot of what was going on.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna roll and see. 6.
6. You look at the ground and there is a small shard of. And this does look like a crystalline scab.
Okay,
when
it's
you
like
pick it up.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it's almost like a piece of obsidian, but it's a little more flexible than that, almost like plastic. But it's definitely organic, or was to some extent.
I'm gonna hold out the blade and like to Lillian and say, Lily, can you recognize it?
You hold out the scab.
Yeah, like out to Lillian.
Okay. Lillian looks at it quizzically with her one good eye. Trevor, a very tall, this guy's like 6'3" teenager, comes
it's
over
Trevor.
in robes that don't really fit him very well. And she says, Trevor was quite skilled in the necromantic arts. Trevor, does this look familiar to you? Trevor kind of grabs at it with his long, bony fingers and holds it close to his eye. He adjusts his cracked glasses. May I take this?
You want to sure?
I have to go and pull over some. He looks distracted. Books, yes, I have to go and find some books. I'll be right back.
You do you, Trevor.
He turns around and kind of like it shakes in his hand as he walks back. He's a little eccentric, but he knows what he's doing.
Seems like a good kid.
Quick study.
Very good. I wanted to ask you something. She's looking at Silent Beak. Lillian is.
Beak points to herself, like, me?
Yes. You. Where exactly did you come? And it is interrupted by a banging at the door. The door to the Great Hall blows open with force. Not an explosion, but a boot, followed by a horseman, followed by banners. The royal banners
What in
of
the
Baron
shit?
Edo.
Oh,
Wait! Of Baron Edo?
What are they doing here?
Dude, they're washed. What happened? Why you
hides under. You're wanted.
The man.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Well, let's see. Who would recognize Sunder? Sunder. I think that's it. Maybe Sunder and Phoenix. I think you were the only ones that went and actually like saw him. But you both see clad in ebony armor, reliefs of noble houses and just like embellishments, almost as though whoever made this armor was just flexing so hard on how good they are at their craft. A great helm with a long yellow plume at the back.
Oh my god.
He unbuckles the great helm, takes it off, and puts it to his side. Lord Tyel is dead, says Krillin Blackforge.
What?
Who?
What?
Krillin?
Make way! Make room!
Oh,
Make room for the caravan! In! Quickly! The horse.
Okay,
Make
we all
their way
I'll
in.
step back.
2, 3
He's
horses.
like taking cover behind Argentum.
No,
I'm still in the
A-
tents, gang.
A stretcher is brought in. A second stretcher is brought in. A third stretcher is brought in.
What
Krillin
the
walks up
shit?
to the first person he sees, which I will roll a die here.
I'm still in the tent, right? Which is away.
Yeah, you're still in
You're
the
pretty
tent,
far
yeah.
away.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, it's hard not to hear this, but
Yeah, it's fine. I just don't roll for me.
Krillin walks up to Sunder and says,
Makes sense.
"Where is the wall?
The wall?
The wall. Where is the Goliath you were traveling with?"
He's gone.
Not available.
As in, not here. We're not exactly sure where he is, but he's not here.
It's worse than I thought.
What's the situation?
what happened?
What's going on?
The Driders have taken Ibranka. We fought as hard as we could. As long as we could. We held out as... He looks like he has been defeated. I don't know if we're gonna make it. Ibranka belongs to Veyron now. There is no going back. It's fallen. Our home is gone.
Shit.
And at this
Upon-
rate. Yeah?
Upon hearing all this, Beak is gonna like gingerly step out from behind Argentum and walk up to Krillin and write down on her slate, "Is the Baron's body intact?" and show it to him.
He looks at you. And then he looks at Sunder. Who is this?
This is Silent Beak. They are a new friend that is traveling with us.
Baronetto's moved on. What do you need with him?
She looks like taken aback by his answer, rubs out the writing and writes, "Has funeral been conducted?" And like 5 question marks.
Oh yeah, a long time ago. We were there.
Who's interrupted?
Based on what I know, the Dutch call went off without a hitch. Why?
She looks fucking mortified at this information. And now she's just pacing back and forth.
This, again, this is our friend Beak. They specialize in the dead. So they're probably just trying to gain some answers as to what's going on.
You're a necromancer. I need you to see our king, please. Come see our lord.
Actually, Trevor would be that, but okay.
She, like, looks at slightly... She just doesn't know what... It seems like she is just lost in thought at the moment.
Beak, darling, would you be able to help them with Lord Tyel?
I assume, and as they're like finishing their sentence, they'll look up at Krillin.
Yes. Lord Tyel.
Okay. Beak, come with us.
She puts a hand up to her face and is just staring into space for a second, and then takes a really deep inhale and then an exhale, and then she just like gestures with her hand to like lead on.
He does so. He nods to Silent Beak and takes you guys over to just the ground, where they have laid these stretchers down. It looks like the forces, like the major forces of the army, have kind of been milling outside for the last like 5 or so minutes. They used a bridge that Veric has kind of laid down, the siege bridge, and they're kind of they're very, very quickly adapting this place into a new front line. This is becoming a new. They're putting up palisades. They're erecting anti-siege weaponry. They're bringing all the and forces again stream in behind them over this bridge. This is swiftly becoming the last bastion for the east coast of Lolthlorian. But they take you over to the triage of not just Tyel, but there's a couple of other lieutenants. There are some people that you guys knew existed and never really met. There are people like Hirogane, Blackheart. They're actively wounded, from combat. Some that have had injuries for several days that they have just been kind of doing what they can with. Let me double check and see. My notes are on my phone. Hold on a second.
Can I rejoin the gang at this point?
Yeah, if you would like to.
I think
Probably heard the
I'd
commotion.
I think I'd like to. I hear the commotion. Snaps
Okay.
me out of it. I'll rejoin.
Oop, there goes gravity. Oop, there goes rabbit.
You
Snap
have
back to reality.
you have 3 people, or no, 2 people that you knew existed in like the council of Ivbranca, that had still stayed behind and fought. Hirogane Blackheart and Mei Tsuichi. Mei was the like the financial minister, who you guys never really met, and Hirogane Blackheart was like the
Right.
yeah, exactly. So Hirogane is a larger frame, but he is covered from the neck down. And Mei Tsuichi has these small round glasses that are cracked at the side of her stretcher that's on the ground. But she has long white hair that looked like it was once in a ponytail, but is now like draped all the way down to like the bottom part of her ribs. She is drow, and none of these 2 have any major like wounds. Like they're not chopped in half. They don't have an arm missing. They don't have any like their guts are intact and everything. They just look unconscious. Tyel, however, is a shadow of his former self. It looks like they managed to get his leg. His leg that had come off is on the stretcher. It has been detached at like mid thigh by a clean slice. He has a large pool of blood. You can't quite see what's going on underneath of his robes, but he has a large pool of blood underneath his midsection and his robes. And they laid him down with his sword, with his hands are on his chest. His sword is down, pointed towards his feet, and there are runes that are actively glowing on his sword that are like flickering and chittering and sparkling, almost like it's like a blowtorch, as he holds it with him. The incantation on his sword has kept him alive, but if he is removed from this blade, he will die.
It's worse than I thought.
Beak,
So-
can you do anything?
Beak will approach Tyriel's body, and can I do like just a quick assessment of what the damage is here?
If you want to make another medicine check, go ahead.
15.
15. Yeah. He is effectively at 0 HP. He is not unconscious. He is dead, but it is the blade is keeping him in the body. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, it does.
He's experienced traumatic damage. He is not actively bleeding, but he is if this sword is taken from him, if if the spell is broken, if there is a counter incantation, a counter spell to this sword, he will die. But it's essentially you hit the nail on the head. It's essentially gentle repose sword.
Gotcha. Would I be able to know if he was would I be able to know if Revivify would help at this situation?
You think
Damn, must be nice.
might.
I don't get that till level 9.
Might?
That'd be nice. Half casters fucking rolling in their fucking graves.
Literally.
It must be nice.
Yeah, so what this looks like is just Beak like looking at his body. She'll carefully open one of his eyes to see his pupils and basically doing what an emergency medic would do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he looks roughed up. He looks like he fought bravely and valiantly, but it was simply just not enough.
So Beak will put a hand under her beak like she's thinking, and then will quickly jot down on her slate and show it to Krillin. And all it says is, "Need diamonds."
Diamonds.
She
Why
nods.
diamonds?
Chicken jockey.
Shut the fuck up!
Jump to the
Sorry.
for the beef.
Oh no.
Krillin looks at not just Tyriel but Hirogane and May. Says, "Do you think we have any? Do we have any fucking diamonds?" And Lillian pipes up and says, "We do.
Oh yeah, we got diamonds.
We have diamonds. Gold. Do you need gold? Emeralds? What precious gems do you require? What reagents?"
She Beak will shake her head at the other minerals, and she'll tap on the word diamonds on her slate.
Just diamonds.
And she kind of haphazardly, brokenly signs thank you, and then runs away off to the corner where the drow have been holding themselves up, presumably to go fetch a diamond.
That girl is brilliant.
Yep, very reliable.
While that's happening, Beak is gonna go over to the others and to Hirogane and May, and also make a quick. Can I make a quick glance assessment of?
Yeah, you can. Is your detect magic still up?
It should be.
Okay, cool. Let me double check this really quickly.
It's like 10 minutes, right? That's something crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it lasts for a while.
All right. I'm actually also gonna go pee really quick because I gotta pee. I've had to pee for like
Go
10
piss!
minutes. Hold on.
Go piss!
Go,
Go piss, girl.
Go take your piss.
Go take your piss.
Go and take your piss, mate.
Pongers.
We are back. All right. So
Chicken
what exactly? What did you went to? You did
Yeah, I'm just checking the others, and Dispel Magic is still,
Okay.
or Detect Magic is still up.
Okay, so you detect not necromancy, but enchantment magic on both Hirogane and Mei Tsuishi. You don't see any wounds on them. In fact, they look quite hardy. They both do. Maybe a little bit like, dirty or unwashed, but they don't look as out of sorts as Tyel does.
Okay, so Beak just like turns away from them. Like they're probably fine.
I heard the voice of the blacksmith. Right? Kinman
Yeah, Krillin. Yeah, Krillin Blackforge.
My bad.
Krillin Blackforge, yeah.
Krillin
Ken's a
Blackforge,
little fuck
that's what I have.
ass.
Yeah, I knew.
Yeah,
Ken.
Ken's
I don't know why
wait, isn't
Mr.
Ken
Magana
dead?
was in my brain.
Yeah, you guys
Yes.
killed him.
Yeah.
Well, not you guys.
We killed him.
Specifically,
I
Phoenix killed him.
I didn't do
I
fucking shit.
misspoke. I
Ha.
misspoke.
Phoenix
Krillin
killed him with the fuck
Blackforge,
dead.
son of
I
Kyle
saw
Blackforge.
I saw his knuckles.
Did Wall ever? This is just unrelated. Did Wall ever give Krillin that note? He did, right? I remember that.
Yeah,
I'm just
they
making
had
that
a
up.
I think so.
nice
Yeah.
little RP moment about it.
Sick. Could I approach Mr. Blackforge?
Yeah.
I think I overheard. If Bronco has fallen, what of the Deva? What has
He
become
wipes
of
his
the
brow.
Deva?
He's outside.
He's here.
Yeah, he's here.
He's just staring at Baronet, or he's staring at Tyel, kind of giving you the glances to acknowledge your presence, but he's just
I understand.
very distracted.
Would Cure Wounds mend his leg back?
Uh,
I would hate for him to get revived and then wake up in pain. You know.
it would be probably very horrifically scarred, but you could put it back together. Yes.
I'm gonna let Beaky do her job. Actually.
Okay.
I don't know.
Cracks-
Accept my bones anymore.
Cracks, beagles. I don't know, knuckles. What does a bird have?
Okay.
Her little, like, burned
Flight
hands.
I don't know.
Cracks cloaca.
Oh, okay.
No, that's
that one.
something else.
Oh, no, that's not, pop a, how do you pop a pussy? All right.
Cracks cloaca
Crack
is
my
crazy.
cloaca. Oh, crack my cloaca. All right, I'm done. Okay. Damn. Trying to bring a little levity. I'm sorry. Anyway, yes. Krillin does indeed nod and kind of like vaguely gesture to the door before his arms go slack to his sides. You hear the clank of his armor. So he just kind of also goes to a knee and just bows his head.
Beak is gonna take this opportunity to write some stuff down on her slate.
Okay.
And she will tap on Krillin's hand to get his attention and show what she wrote. And it says at the top in the center, plan underlined. Will attempt revivify. Cannot guarantee lack of pain. Will require some sort of tranquilizing.
Okay. At that point, Krillin snaps his fingers, points to one of the not a rider of Koth, but points to one of the soldiers of the Broncan army, and gestures outside. Go get a medical professional, please. Bring them back here with poultices, tinctures, injections, whatever they got on hand. And he puts his hand to his chest. Aye, sir. He leaves. It'll be just a moment. Silent Beak, was it?
She gives a small nod.
He puts a hand on your robe. Thank you.
She does that. She does like a smaller version of the gesture she did before. Like, oh, it's nothing.
Okay. Fantastic. And about 5 minutes later, one of the same soldier comes in, this time with a couple of clearly like medical corps soldiers behind them, not dressed in armor, dressed in white robes, but they're kind of like tied really tight so that it's not like there's like flowing fabric everywhere. It's very utilitarian. It's very tactical. They come in and get a syringe out. This is hydropropylol. Should keep him under for as long as it takes.
She nods.
And into his cold flesh, the syringe goes. And he chucks it away. Have at it, bird.
She will erase what she wrote before and writes one word: diamonds.
And Lillian comes back with a handful of rocks, handful of stones. These are precious stones, but they are uncut, unrefined, undeveloped. And she comes up to you specifically, Beak, and says, I have gypsum, bismuth, diamond in here somewhere. It's in here. I just grabbed them all.
Can I quickly, inspect all of these and get an estimate for how valuable all of them would be?
How valuable they would all be as on the market?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, make an intelligence check.
Just generic intelligence?
Yeah, just straight intelligence.
15.
15? This is probably 10,000 gold pieces and gems across the board.
Okay.
Refined, they'd probably be a bit more, but...
To be used for medical research.
She'll scratch her head a little bit and shrug, and then give a quick note on her slate. And all it says is, hopefully good enough.
Lillian's face kind of drops, and then gives a half smile, and
Beak will give her, in her mind, a reassuring thumbs up.
Oh, okay. All right. she clumsily and cumbersomely gives you this like these 2 fistfuls of rocks, and they don't glimmer, they don't shine, but there's a couple of diamonds in there for sure.
Okay, so she will gather them all up, and she will begin to basically set them on. Is he like? Is Tyel on like a table or something, or is he
He's on the ground right now.
He's on the ground.
He's on the ground. Yes.
Okay,
On the
so
stone floor.
she's gonna set the like very carefully set the gems by his side, almost like in a row.
Okay.
And then she's gonna take a deep breath, and then we'll gently put one of her ringed hand on like his body, and we'll we'll slowly close her eyes and just breathe for a second. And then after a while, from the site where she's touching his body, those same little moths will start to... It almost seems like they're crawling out from under her hand. And will,
cool.
like little by little, more and more moths will just start to just proliferate and keep growing in, like, number and grow and grow and grow until... Like, I would say maybe half of his body is just covered in these luminescent moths. And it's still, like, it's still growing and growing and growing. And she will utter a word that almost sounds like... And she will cast Revivify.
All right.
Come on, baby bird.
These luminous moths begin to cover Silent Beak as she loses herself in the ritual, the spell. You see the stones lined up next to Tyel twitch, slowly begin to come to life as 1, 2, 3 begin to hover off of the ground. About 2 or 3 inches off the ground, and 4 or 5 really deep breaths into this ritual. They start to vibrate. The whole room is filled with this ozone, crackly static. Your breath is metallic on the inhale. And when Beak utters these words, the rocks drop. The ozone leaves the room. Beak inhales once more. And on the exhale, the moths enter Tyel. And he too releases and then passes out from the pain.
Holy shit.
But his
Beak will-
breaths are now in sync with yours, Beak.
That is awesome.
Beak will open her eyes and then, like, gently lift her hand from Tyriel's body and give another one of those, like not with voice, obviously, just like a small
Yeah.
little like sigh of just exhaustion, and she'll like wipe, you know, she doesn't have any sweat on her brow, but she does like mimic that motion.
Yeah. As you remove your hand from his body, it kind of like sticks a little bit, but you know, you take it off and his breath kind of this seems successful.
She'll look over to Krillin and just give a little thumbs up.
Krillin looks
Understatement
Tyel.
of the year.
looks back at you and slowly nods his head and gives you a half smile and a thumbs up.
Incredible.
Yeah.
We may be able to win this thing. Maybe not now. But as long as the heart of Ibranka still lives, still beats, we can win this thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he kind of kneels down to Tyriel's ear and whispers something in his ear before standing.
Beak is jotting something down in her slate, and she will show it to Krillin. And it says, "Death forestalled," and underlined. Wait, oh my god, did he disconnect?
He's
Uh-oh.
gone.
He's gone. No.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Rest in peace.
rip in
That was hard.
Goodbye,
Yeah.
Dungeon Master.
Yeah, he's
There
gone.
he
He just left his card.
Death forestalled.
Yeah, it will
Immediately
cook.
disconnects.
Oh, we're back.
Wait, was it me that disconnected or was it
Yeah,
me?
it was
Yeah,
you.
it
was you, Mr. DM.
What's the last thing you heard?
That Krillin whispered something into Tyriel's ear.
Oh, Krillin whispered something into Tyriel's ear. Then he stood up and started shouting orders, talking about making sure the sea route is secure, making sure that the gate is secure, that there's a perimeter established, that there's guard stationed, that there's watch taken. And then you, Silent Beak, said death forestalled, right?
Yes, with the forestalled underlined.
All right. And he looks at you as he's interrupted from his barking orders, and he says, "He's here now. That's what matters," and runs off.
She gives one of those shrug nods where it's just like, yeah, he's got a point, like that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Beak will turn to the others and take a step forward and almost kind of lose her balance, but then
That took a lot out of her.
reestablish herself and then walk back to the others and just kind of stand there.
Come
Correct.
say it.
She does.
you earned it.
She obliges pretty quickly.
Argentum will look at Phoenix and then pause for a moment. Like, they'll open their mouth like they want to say something, and they'll just kind of tap their forehead, looking at them. And
Do you mind?
Oh, I mean, yeah, sure.
they
She's-
will. Go ahead.
Beak is staring at the both of you, just confused, not sure what's happening.
They're
No,
yeah,
don't
you're
worry.
not
We're
allowed
just,
in our mind palace.
we're just keeping each other in mind.
You hear in your mind, Phoenix.
I mean, that is true.
Well, Felix slaps his knee, laughing like.
Beak is just raises an eyebrow at the two of you, and then shrugs and just goes opens up her book and starts just paging through some stuff absentmindedly.
With everything happening in Ibranka, everything happening here, I know we have different reasons to want to find Biri, but we do need to find him. Now more than ever. If Veyron has truly taken Ibranka, we need some strong card to play here.
I agree with you.
And I'm thinking, perhaps, should we find him, we let him decide. We fully inform him of all situations of all sides. We leave nothing out. If he is as pious as Elistray explained him to be, if he is as good as she says he is, as uninvolved, I say we give him the full story, all sides, and we let him decide what to do. I cannot
That would
imagine
be-
he would. I cannot imagine he would side with Veyran, knowing what he has done.
Right. Well,
It's important not to
Um,
count on that. We don't know this.
is he? Wait.
Are you in here? You're
Is
not
he
in
able
here.
to? Are there multiple?
get
Are there
you in
multiple
here?
No,
seats?
it's we're
my bad.
we're mind linked, bro. I'm talking to Fi in his brain.
Well, I seem to have missed that part.
Lock the door.
Well,
Lock
you
the
did
door.
mind link with me earlier and never said it went away. So I don't know. I thought maybe
I'm
we were
here,
Yeah,
guys.
well, you
Wait.
went out
Eat
of
it.
range, motherfucker. So I told
But I
you
screamed
that.
too loud on the mic. It just cuts off.
Well, okay. I didn't say anything. Just saying, in case you guys are wondering, I did not.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right, noted.
Whatever, man.
Go
You want to
ahead,
talk about the
Felix.
important stuff privately? Fine. Be that way.
You left to go talk to your boyfriend.
No, I didn't. I'm still in the room. I just asked where he was.
I'm
I haven't left this area.
I know.
just giving you shit.
He's outside. He is not in this. He's in the Bailey.
I'm not going out there.
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to know if he was alive or not.
Yeah.
I know why you're asking me specifically, but I will not lie to you. I cannot guarantee that I will not involve myself.
I know.
When push comes to shove.
I know. And I just want us to be on the same side. Faye.
We have been.
I know. And I know how important Ipswich is to you. But there are so many people losing their families, losing their people right now. All of Eve Bronca has lost their home, their lives. And I'm out of ideas to stop Veyran. Beery is our chip to play, whatever way it goes down. That is why I say we let him decide. We make our points. I let him know what Veyran has done to me, to Eve Bronca. You inform him of your side of things. We tell him of Asmodeus. All of it. That is all I am asking, but if things go a different way, I won't hold anything against you.
For now, our interests align. So perhaps we cross the bridge when we get there.
I think that sounds good. I only chose to speak to you mentally as there are so many new faces, and I do not think it smart that many people know of Veyran's son.
Right. We
That's
still have
all.
no leads, do we?
No, unfortunately, the greatest lead that I can think of is the Temple of Elistray beneath this place. And I think that should be our
Right.
next stop before we board the ship.
One last stop before we board this ship. If it'll even swim.
If it'll fit down the river.
Well, good luck to us.
Argentum will just give Fi just a very genuine smile and just place their hand on their cheek in a very gentle, like, while many of their actions are like flirtatious and playful, usually when they're being that way, there's a sort of wall up.
Rest
But
in
when they
peace.
touch you, I know.
Rip Wall.
Sorry.
When they touch your cheek, it's like all of those walls are down and they don't say anything. They just gently, in just one motion, not like sort of a back and forth rubbing, but they gently stroke their thumb across your cheek, just kind of look you in the eye, and then lower their hand and just... It feels like a silent, I trust you. And that's it. And then they just kind of step back. So, my friends, and they'll say out loud, just...
I think we have a temple to find, if people are open to that. But I do believe we need rest, especially Beak after what she's done today.
Yeah, good showing. Actually, is Lillian still here, right?
Who?
Lillian?
Lillian. Yeah, Lillian is here. Just, making sure the students are okay, trying to get things together and organized, helping coordinate between the students and the Broncan military.
Can I take a look at, try to gauge how much of the diamonds was used?
Yeah, of course. How much of the diamonds from what? From the stores or from
from what
gave?
Lillian had brought over.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Yeah, just try to eyeball, how many gumballs are in this,
Yeah, exactly.
Perception.
How many
22.
jelly beans are in this Hyundai Sonata?
22. Yeah. Every single one that could be a diamond was used. Down to the last little pebble, down to the last speck of dust. It all vibrated and lifted when Silent Beak did her magic. And the ones that weren't diamonds just stayed inert. So you have bismuths, crystals, you have gypsum, you have talc, and a bunch of other metals and rocks. But the diamonds are all gone.
Unfortunate. It's an expensive spell, but worth it.
As you guys have been talking, and as you did that, peek on the gems, Beak has just kind of been staring off into space. Her book is open, but her eyes aren't really focused, and she's just kind of lost in her own head.
Say, Lillian, think we could get that much of the diamonds again for the road? Do we have that much?
Flag her down as she's in the middle of something. She's got a handful of books. And she stops, of course, for you, Phoenix.
For the bird.
But after she looks at you quizzically, are you lying?
Am I lying?
Are you lying?
About what?
Mechanically, are you lying?
No.
You're not lying.
I'm asking if we can get that much diamonds again.
Okay. Make a persuasion check.
Mechanically, am I lying? No.
Yeah, but you still make a persuasion check.
Emotionally.
17.
17? She looks at you square in the face and says, "There are dying men here. They need it more than you do. I'm sorry. I would. But if this is going to be where we die, I want at least a chance of coming back. Do you plan on staying, Phoenix? You can have some men. But if you plan to leave again, then the answer is absolutely not. I'm sorry."
Damn.
Can't convince you, huh? Where we're going is, might end up being more dangerous than this. That's why I ask.
Then
And
do
yeah, I am leaving.
I do
Sorry.
sincerely hope you find some diamonds.
We might be able to find some. You never know.
Mhm.
We just have
Just
to
muttering.
keep from dying. And I mean, Zephyriel told us not to, so who'd we to be to break that promise? Yeah?
Right.
You guys talking out loud? You in your heads?
Yeah,
huh?
no. You know
Before I
what?
say something.
Maybe. You know what? Maybe I am saying it in my head just to fuck with you. No, I'm saying it out loud.
Zephyr fuming.
Comes out of you. Krillin comes over to you guys and sits down across from you and holds his helmet in his hands and kind of like with a basketball, you kind of like move it around with your fingers in a circle. He does that with his great helm.
Mm-hmm.
And looks at you guys and says, "I heard something about a temple to Illustray."
Yes, there is apparently one rumored to be below the castle. So.
Yeah, it was a bragging point. Man would have shut up about that. Said it was advantageous for the future or something.
You might be right. I know
That-
there's one down here.
Really? How? I'm sorry. We've not met. Argentum, and you are?
My name's Krillin Blackforge. I ran the forge, the blacksmith. Hence the name. In the trade district of Ivranka, when it still stood.
It's a pleasure. Sorry that we haven't met under better circumstances.
All good. He reaches out a very masculine, hearty handshake. Pleased to meet you, Argentum.
And you.
They'll take it and shake it with their ink-stained one.
The wall was a friend. What happened
You can
to
say
her?
that again.
He fell.
But that doesn't mean he's out. I mean,
He fell. Yeah, I guess. I thought Tyel was dead and far from being taken back, but
For the time being, he is not here.
found no purchase thanks to the silent beak. Let's go with that.
Right.
Regardless,
Right.
he told me some things. And when you guys left, I did a little bit more research and poured over it as best as I could. I went to temples. I saw crypts, graves. And I learned things about myself that have motivated me to do things that I never thought I could do, even with the strength of 1,000 men. Even when given the strength of 1,000 men. And I think, with your help, I can be something even greater. I just wish he was here to see it. And he holds out his hand. And silver light reflects almost as though there's a moon hanging right above his head on the black metal of his armor. I can do things I never thought possible.
Just rub my eye like, what the fuck?
I'll be.
Some shit in my eye?
The light of the Silver Sister shines even through the darkest night. And he points to his black armor. I am her darkest night.
The Dark Knight Rises.
You could say that.
You see Argentum quickly flip open their journal and write down like the exact quote that Krillin just said.
Bro's
like,
making it to the final cut.
Yeah, man. They're writing it into like their notes page. Okay.
He showed me a sword. The sword of the Silver Sister. To channel true power from her, I just need it. Where is it? Do you know where it went? Where's his body?
We do not know where his body is, nor the sword, but it seemed that... No, let me finish, darling, please, I promise. It seemed that her essence transferred into his glaive. However, after he fell... I don't know.
They'll look at Phoenix for help. Just
magic's disappeared.
I've been
You
thinking
were
about that,
closer up to it
actually.
than I was.
I've been thinking about that, actually. Seems it jumps, or at least to me, it seemed to jump to whatever he was using more. And so perhaps it jumped back to the blade.
DM is...
That-
Sorry, is Blackforge...
No, go ahead. Yes, this is Krillin Blackforge, yeah.
Is he lying? Like, is he giving up some sort of like, almost, what's the word? Ulterior motive, like in under his like breath or tone? Sinister?
Make
That's
an
the word I'm
insight
looking for.
check.
What's that? I can't see it. The 4. Oh my! I didn't mean to roll that. Why is it an
4.
advantage? Yes, it would have been a 4. Yeah.
A 4? You can't quite tell. He seems, once he starts to show like a small amount of, it's basically he's doing a prestidigitation kind of thing. It's not very impressive. It's just kind of like, ooh, shiny, right? He's just showing that I can do magic, right? And there's nothing in that seems nefarious, but he is losing himself, almost like a wolf staring at the moon. He's becoming mysticism, which is, as far as you've known him, especially like Sunder and Phoenix. Am I there still?
I've seen it one time. I've seen it one time, so...
Oh my god.
I'm hearing you.
Hello?
As far as
you've been
we've known him.
very cutouty.
Okay, all right, sorry. As far as you've seen him, pretty
Yeah.
down to earth, right? This is spacey, weird, mystic, cryptic. He's very, straight laced.
Yeah, he's like... It's a little different than when we met him the first time.
Yeah,
DM,
it
do you
seems
mind
that
if I
way.
make
Yeah,
an insight
exchange.
check since I know him?
Absolutely not. Please do. You can make an insight check with advantage. Actually, I am so
Okay.
glad you asked.
I was about to say I've known this man for a bit, so I feel like I'd
Thank
know
God.
if fucking around. Okay,
I
with
kind of get the feeling
advantage.
something's wrong.
Oh joy! I get to use my highest skill.
Let's go.
Let's go.
13.
Nice.
13.
15?
Higher than a 4.
You've known Trillin. This isn't him. This feels like a different person. A different person speaking through him. But that's all you can really get. He's being very cryptic right now. And normally it's like, this is what we gotta do. We gotta do the thing. This is how we get the thing done. And he's a blacksmith. He's a man of numbers and like exact measurements and precise alloys and things like that. This is mumbo jumbo. This is strange.
Okay.
Yeah, you're probably out of luck looking for the blade unless he's still kicking, which he probably is, so you might still have it.
He stands up.
From my understanding, if you were worthy of it, it would find you.
What did you say?
From my understanding of Blade and the Silver Sister. If it was meant to be in your hands, it would be.
He walks over to you with a frightening swagger. And what about that?
I mean,
I'll
You
step in
worthy of
front
that?
of him before he reaches Zephyriel.
Okay. He still says what he says, but he's blocked by Sunder.
I didn't hear what he said.
He said, "What about that whip? Are you worthy of that?"
I mean, come on, guys. Maybe the time isn't right yet, you know? Takes a little bit of time to cook, you know?
What is your connection to the Silver Sister? And if you know what that is, they'll glance down at Ray's whip. Who exactly are you, darling?
Who are we speaking to? Because Krillin, I've known you for a very long time, and you don't speak this way. Something different about you. What have you
You're
gotten
so
yourself
bald
into?
like you used to.
His sort of
He's always
like
been
bestial
kind of
heaving
bald.
breaths start to mellow out when Sunder speaks to him. Yeah. Yeah. Back when I was a kid, people called it moon crazy. I Yeah, guys, I don't know what came over me. I should go tend to Lord Tyrion.
My apologies if I offended you.
He just looks at you, embarrassed, and walks over toward Tyriel and Hirogane and May.
Something's
Moon
not
crazy?
right. Do I
Never heard of that shit before.
do
Yeah,
I know
anybody know
anything
what moon
about that?
crazy
DM?
Sunder,
I've heard-
if you could make a history check.
Okay. 10.
With a -1, that's pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie.
10?
10's not
Okay.
too bad for,
Good roll.
for a negative modifier.
Moon crazy. It's something like that sailors would get when they were out. If their watches weren't synced, not if they're like not watches like physical like wristwatches, but if their watches like night watches are synced so that they are or were people that would come into the harbor, these pirates or traders or merchant marines or what have you, their watches were synced just exclusively to night shift. They would come back in a weird stupor. They would just be exposed above deck during the night with the full moon on the open ocean. Something weird happened to them. They would come back and they wouldn't be themselves. They would experience tremors in their hands, in their arms. It would become difficult to wield weapons. They would forget things, but they would have small little bits of latent magical episodes. You specifically remember one sailor heavily injured somebody in a bar fight when somebody called them out for having, quote, moon crazies. And instead of like throwing a punch, a firebolt came from their hand and like charred one of the patron's shoulders rather. So it was like it's this weird kind of like outburst of magical energy that is brought on by interrogation or accusation or stress or anxiety, but it all stems from being exposed to the moon for too long. You don't know where it's like from or what the actual origins are of it, but that's kind of the long and short of it from like a layman's perspective.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
So, he said he was dealing with moon crazy. If I know correctly, it's almost a form of magical hysteria.
Should we be concerned?
As
I would
long as
say
he's
so.
not having any outbursts, I think we should be all right. Essentially, what happens is he's been exposed to the moon for a long period, to a degree of opening any dormant magical ability. It's weird though. It's because that typically only happens to sailors. And I don't know Krillin to be a sailor.
No, in fact,
He's
the
black,
entire time
yeah.
you've known him, he's been landlocked. Actually, you would know this. Krillin is afraid of the ocean.
What makes
Only
him
happens to
weirder?
sailors?
It usually only happens to sailors. The thing is, though, Krillin's afraid of the water. I don't know why he would be out sailing. He physically can't go anywhere near it.
Do you think he's just been out under the moon for too long? Or
That could be.
There is also the possibility that he is desperately seeking Elistrate's blessing. I think
Mm.
he may
Why?
not have found her.
Do you think that... Wait. If he's seeking Elistrate's blessing, what do you think Wall said to him the last time they interacted? Did he know about Elistrate and Wall?
he seemed to.
Seem to know about the Zeph situation too.
He knew.
Seems to know a lot more than he gives off.
He knew about Ray's whip. He knew what it was.
It's almost like he's seen it before.
Mm.
This is your first time meeting Krillin, isn't it, Zeph?
It's not, and he did have.
Hmm.
Even before this, he has always been able to spot it. A weapon of a divinity. Am I wrong in that?
No, and he's told you and I think Sunder this. He's a very gifted blacksmith. And his father was also a gifted blacksmith. His father, you guys remember, was actually the person that started and settled Downwater before it was overtaken. So he comes from like pseudo nobility. He's because of his training, he's able to spot divine weapons, blessed weapons, magic weapons, just at a glance.
It doesn't surprise me that he can, even in its dormant state, recognize my whip. What surprises me is his newfound desperation.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what he's gotten himself into, but this isn't Krillin.
For
You
what
think
purpose
it's
were
not
we?
actually him, or do you think it's him just dealing with moon crazies?
Are you guys speaking out loud? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah,
Maybe
just
whispering
sort of like
together?
hushed, like very like
Group huddle type
huddle, like
Okay.
group huddle, hushed
Roll a stealth
together.
check for me.
Yeah,
That
for sure,
everyone?
bud.
shit. Health check. Okay.
And could you shout out what you rolled, please? Because my internet does not like Roll20. This
7.
Wi-Fi is not great.
21.
Natural 20.
Jesus
Oh my God.
Christ.
Jesus.
Dude, I've got Lolth on my side.
God damn.
Ugh.
Power of God and anime.
I've got Lolth and anime on my side.
I've got
Oh.
Lolth and anime on my side!
You guys are perfectly able to keep this kind of hushed and to about like a 10-foot area around you guys. Nobody's really, and there's so much din going on of like metal moving around and armor and weapons being offloaded and siege
Right,
engines
yeah.
outside moving around. It's kind of difficult to hear even just a conversation at normal volume anyway. So you guys are good.
Okay.
Hmm.
Sick.
Why do we need to go to this temple?
My thought is that we can. I don't know.
Ask for some
Pray-
help.
Ask for some help. Because we have no leads to finding theory that I don't know where to start. And I'm out of ideas. And I'm hoping maybe there might be something. I don't know. It's the only thing I can think of.
Could be worth a
I'm
shot.
just an I'm just an author. I don't know.
All right.
Hmm.
The first time you spoke to Alistray, she didn't tell you where Beery was, correct?
No. She just said to find him. In that frustratingly vague way that gods are. Do you have any ideas?
Ideas, no, but a word of caution, yes. All the gods have an agenda. And all the gods are subject to change. I would be wary. And this is not... I'm not trying to show bias. But look at Blackforge. What's happened to Wall? The vagueness. The exclusion. I would be very wary of continuing to consider Alistray an undoubtable ally.
I do not think that she is undoubtable.
It is hard to predict the ideals of the gods. And as I said, they can't change.
Outside of the new being within me, she is the only one who's been able to make a connection between Vivakri and I. She's the only reason that I know what is going on with them.
I know. I get closer. In the same way that Veyran would use that to scare you.
Veyran took him from me.
I'm just saying that
within
it can
me.
be used to manipulate you as well.
I know.
No matter how well-meaning it may seem. The ones I trust are in this huddle. I'm just saying to be cautious.
You are right. And I trust you too. All of you. Like I said, I'm out of ideas, and I think it's worth a try.
Beak is, for the first time in what seems like a while, will tug on Argentum's shirt to get their attention.
Yes.
And they've already written down something on the slate. And
I'll
it just
read
says, I'm lost too.
Argentum will look at her with you can see that their eyes are kind of brimming with tears that are like reflecting off of their galaxy-like eyes, and it's just
Yeah, I don't know what else. I don't know what to do. Like I said, I'm just an author.
She will look to Argentum and ponder for a sec, and then write something new. And it says, "Want to ask for help?" Question mark.
Yes, I am thinking I want to ask the goddess Alistrae for help. She has helped us before. She kept us from death. She saved us when Veyround nearly took all of us out. She let me know that my dearest friend and my mother are trapped in limbo. She has helped me and us. I do not think she is perfect or will do everything within her power, but I think maybe asking for just a lead, a clue towards where Veyround's child is. Just a clue. Something.
Beak will give Argentum a very small smile, and then shake her head. And then she will write, "Not Alistrae, someone else."
Who?
She'll like, to answer her question, she'll get up and like do a little like quick stretch to make sure that, you know, she's limber. And then she will sit down and she will think for a second before realizing something, and she'll write down on her slate, "Which course of action should we take?" Question mark.
Hold on.
What is she saying?
She wants to know which course of action we should take. Hold on. You just gave me an idea, Beak.
Sorry, what?
Hold on, just a tick. Argentum will go into their bag, and they
Okay.
will pull out the box that we found in the hands of
All
that
right, let me get my notes
Kenku.
out. All right.
They will
Okay.
pull it out in the middle of our huddle, and they'll just place it on the table. Ray, do you mind if I take your hand?
I don't mind anymore.
Well, I just thought I would ask.
So what is
A
this?
joke.
I do suppose I have indulged you in the past. But Argentum will take Ray's hand from like the top and like put it on top of the box. This is the box that we found in the post office before our encounter with Veyround.
Oh, interesting.
All right,
I've
I
been-
can still feel the death on it. Another joke.
Wait, like,
I get it because yeah.
You. You're cute.
like you actually ask her if she could feel death on it?
No, I was saying I can
It was a
still
joke.
feel the death
Oh.
on it, you know, like the cooties of a corpse. I don't know how else to
Ah,
say
yeah.
it.
Corpse cooties.
That's funny because
Okay,
You're cute.
what of it?
Nothing. I'm just stating a
No,
fact.
what of the box? What of it as
Oh.
in what of the box?
And they'll try to contain themselves. They are smiling now. Just Beak saying or asking what course of action we should take. They are like sputtering and like looking at it, and it looks like their brain is just running like 1,000,000 miles an hour.
mm,
She asked what what course of action we should take. And with all this talk of Veyran and his plans and how we are to foil them, I remembered this box.
This
And
box.
We've never opened it. And I've been a fool sitting on it.
I open it.
Oh my god. You just opened it? Okay, it's this.
Yeah, of course. I'm Zephyrael. What?
Of course, I have no
this is
caution.
like literally 17 sessions ago. Give me like 5 minutes to
No
try
worries.
and just find
throwing
this thing.
caution to the
Yeah.
wind.
Give me a second.
I stuck my arm in a mirror, hoping that I would find gold.
I think
This
step
is no
back
different.
in case it blows up.
Well, that would suck, obviously. But how was I supposed to know?
That would suck.
That would suck, dude.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit more about this box you got before you jump to?
A Kinku died holding it, right? In the post office.
So we found when we were in the post office, there was a
Check my notes.
there was a dead Kenku that was like holding a parcel, and then we opened the parcel
Kenku?
and it was like this dead Kenku, and when I went to like touch it, it was like an illusion, but the box was real. And then we were transported to the demon web pits, and Veyran was like, that's exactly what happened.
Kids got family.
Yeah.
Look at Silent Peak. Kids got family.
Oh my god.
She just
I-
stares. Forward facing, like it's that thing where a cartoon character that's always drawn at an angle is like forward facing and looking at you.
Suddenly forward faced, like triangle, like becomes like a fucking triangle.
Okay, I found it. All right. So you, it's a parcel. It's just a small rectangular box that is wrapped in brown paper, tautly, and then tied with twine. There is no sender. There is no return address. Same thing. And there is no recipient. If you want to tell the class where exactly you found this, just to kind of refresh everybody's memories.
I just did. We found it in the post office with a corpse, quote unquote, of a Kenku holding it. And Argentum
Ooh.
will have filled in everyone.
Okay. So, and Zephyr just opens it, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess
Okay,
so.
cool. Tears it open, and then undoes the twine and everything. Opens up just like a regular box. There's a small purple box on the inside. Kind of looks like a jewelry box with like a top lid. And there is a golden seal on it. That, surprise, is just a spider. It's kind of like this relief, almost like it's been pressed in wax, but like a metal. And as you open the lid, the seal does kind of give it a little bit of weight. It's like this is some sort of presentational thing. And on the inside, you find a broken dragon chess piece, a broken bishop from Velden chess, just normal chess, and a note. The note is on black vellum, written in gold ink, much like the letters you all received as a summons to Ivbranca. And it says,
Ooh, okay.
and it says, "You found me!" Exclamation point. A purple sun, thrice denied. The gift they stole the darkened skies. What's once above is now below. From where he came, I only know. There's a line break. A gnarled twig strikes far and true, but magic helps this big twig too. Eyes like fire and sweat like dew, but whose eye is it, me or you? There is a line break. One lone peak amid a range. Stillness beats inside the rage. Redemption, violence, friendship, calm. All sour salves, all failing bombs. There is a line break. One
It
final
still keeps
one.
going.
One final one. 10 long legs upon fate's web, with blades they fray it, for time's wave ebbs. What lies below? Are fools oft scared? You cannot fathom. You are unprepared. And there is a
Can you
signature.
post that somewhere?
Prepared.
Yes, I can. There is a signature, but
Illidan.
it was scrawled out. Like it is now illegible. It was once fairly calligraphic, but you can make out the first letter. It's V.
First letter is V.
First letter is V. Let me copy the couplets here.
And the rest of it is like not legible.
That is, yeah, the rest of the name is illegible. It has been like scrawled out with somebody furiously like scribbling on it. Even so much so that it like goes in through into the fibers of the paper, just like scratching it out.
Can we like extrapolate the length of the scratched out amounts based on how big the letter is compared
Make
to
an
the other?
intelligence check.
Yeah, can I? Since I'm reading it, can I?
Yeah,
assist
make
in
it with
that?
Yeah,
advantage.
I'm like, how long this name is?
Argentum? Yeah. You between the both of you, I'm sure you'll be able to try and figure it out, but make it with advantage.
And by that I mean, hey, Arjun, figure it out.
That's a nat 20, bitch.
Yay!
W.
6 letters.
6 letters.
Yep.
Okay.
Did you guys
Can't
get the
be
couplets?
very
Yeah,
round.
okay. I sent it my phone. All right.
6 letters. A little shorter than I imagined.
Yeah, can't be Veyroun if I'm spelling Veyroun's name correctly.
The parchment feels similar. Who sent us our invitations?
It is.
We have them here. Tyel.
6 letters with a V.
Yeah, I mean, unless he has like a pet name. Like, what if his best buds call him like Very?
It was me, Very.
You said the is it Veric tin whistle?
Yeah.
How do you-
V-A-R-I-C-K. Veric, yeah.
That's 6 letters.
Bet your sweet Bippy it is.
Couldn't be. Couldn't be Veric. Unless he was possessed or something, but he doesn't seem the type.
Maybe he knows more than he lets on.
You also
Puzzle contains
remember
broken-
broken dragon chess piece and a broken Velden chess piece. A bishop.
It's a bishop chess piece
Yes.
and a dragon chess piece.
Yes.
A purple sun thrice denied.
I'm gonna pick up the dragon chess piece
Okay.
and the bishop chess piece. It's broken
Okay.
where?
It's down the or down like kind of like on the bias. So it's like diagonal down the middle. On each one. And the cut looks very clean, almost like it was a blade. Or like a bow saw or a bandsaw or something.
Must be something, right?
The only
We've seen a few dragons so far.
the two things that stick out to me between the dragon and the word peak, but I could be thinking of it with bias here. It could not be the clue could not possibly be in the lunar peaks.
Yeah, it is cut along the bias. You're right.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm thinking of it with a bias on that front, but
Is the spine of
DM, would
Lolthlorian
I know
mountain
anything
range?
about this?
spine of
Thunder, can you make an intelligence check? Because this is technically just like a riddle.
spine of
And the spine of Lolth, what did you ask?
Right.
Oh, I just said, is the spine of Lolth not a mountain range?
It is a mountain range, yeah.
You beautiful
Intelligence
bastard.
Check. That's a 4. I don't know nothing about nothing.
You're no shit.
I don't know shit.
I don't know fucking shit.
You're right, though, Ray. One
That's where-
lone peak amid the range. A spine of Lolth. Wait.
Some stillness
Hold
beats
on.
inside the rage.
Hold on.
Who's beating?
Mm.
Hold on.
Argentum is
Hold on.
Argentuming.
Ooh.
They're pulling her
Ray.
brain out. They're pulling her brain out.
Argentum is just gonna
Do
plant just like a very excited, just like kiss on Ray's cheek, just like
Ray's getting it all today, huh?
I'd like
yeah,
to
they're
dexterity
just,
saving throw.
very
I'd like to dodge.
excited.
I'd like to
Just
use
like
the
to
dodge
dodge.
action. just like a weave.
Take the dodge
Very
action this
quickly, like,
turn.
"Why, you
Parry the kiss."
beautiful bastard.
Parry the kid. Counter.
What is with you people today?
What do you mean today? I've never kissed you before in my life. I'm just excited and you're brilliant.
Why?
Real
I
kissing
don't
me.
understand why this is the action that comes to mind first when excitement is felt.
You're cute. Anyway,
Whoa!
so here's what I'm
Okay.
thinking.
Zing. All right.
My head hurts.
So here's my idea, right?
All right.
Okay, so
Let's hear it.
okay, so Ray was correct about the spine of Lolth, right? That is one lone peak amid the range.
Yes.
Okay.
Stillness
Shit, I
beats
picked up.
inside the rage. Redemption by this. Okay, so it leads us to almost definitely being the spine of Lolth because it 10 long legs upon Fate's web. Fate's web, often connected to Lolth. So I believe the spine of Lolth, where our darling Dakota is heading. So, and it also makes me believe that it is possibly connected to possibly the people that took my the Kalashtar, because it says with blades they fray it, and we do not know what their goal was, right? What lies below are fools off scared. What lies below, underneath, within the peaks, right? So, Purple Sun, thrice denied. The only thing I could think of is Veyran.
Was he purple? Sorry, out of
He's got
He was
purple accents.
He's a purple. Yeah, he has purple
Okay.
highlights in his skin.
Is Veyran sun purple?
I have no idea.
Yeah, you don't know. You haven't seen him yet.
Hmm.
We don't know what he looks like. Let's see.
I mean, it might be Veyran. I mean, the gift they stole, is that the...
The problem is, though, isn't the name 6 letters?
Well,
Veyran's
yes,
name
because
has way
he's
too many letters.
he's talking about Veyran here. It says from where he came, only I know.
Hmm.
He's talking about the Veyran in the as a different person.
Oh, speaking
Mhm.
about him in a third person.
Yes. And Veyran's name, if I am thinking of how it is spelled, I do not believe it is. I believe it is, what, 8 letters?
About-
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, 8 letters.
It'd be 8 letters. And it looks like there are only 6 here.
Yeah, it's a little
Who would
short.
have who would have sent this? Is it Veric? That's the only person we know.
And
but-
it's the same vellum that invited us to...
If you have the letters with you and take them out
Yeah.
and look at them side by side, you'd be able to tell.
Argentum would have carried theirs with them
Yeah.
as like proof.
Sure.
They'll pull it
Oh,
out
yeah.
of their bag and try to compare it.
And you look at the two side by side, it looks like they've been cut from the same like die. They are almost identical material. And you noted when you first got these letters that even inside of the black paper itself, there's like little tiny little sparkles, just like little bits of glitter. That is a dead giveaway that this is the same paper.
Tyel signed ours.
But ours is signed by Tyel.
Yes.
But this one is signed with the V.
And
On this note,
it's clearly
it
the
says,
same. It's this cut from the same cloth, literally.
So they were in the room together when they made these?
Or they bought it at the same store, used the same stationery. There's a lot of
Yeah.
But it is the same. Like the odds of this not coming from at least like the same office is very low.
it's possible it was intentional and it was meant to find us. It's possible it's coincidence.
You
this
found this
line-
in the post office before you got abducted? Is that what you said? Oh, there's
Yeah.
no way there's no way this isn't on purpose then, right?
It has to be intentional.
It was meant for you to find.
If you can remember the Kenku, were they protecting this?
They were holding it.
But they weren't
Were
real
they,
though.
Were they dressed? They weren't real?
They were.
That's what you said.
They were illusory, yes.
Oh.
Yes, they were an illusion.
So you
Was
got
the
set up to open this box then.
Why were we going to the post office?
I was
Hmm.
going to the post office so that I wasn't mailing a manuscript. I'm not even done. I wanted to mail a letter to my fathers. Let them know what was going on.
Where are they?
In Holtzatol. It's a city to the south, or city, I say. It's a town to the south, on the other side of the Stone Curtain.
Do
Right,
you
yeah.
know anyone that you can think of who would be expecting you to be mailing a letter? To be going to the post office?
My publisher, maybe? But
Publisher is evil.
Did you ask anyone? Did you ask anyone where a post office would be at any time? I know it's been
Zyra.
a while.
Zyra's the only person I asked about the post office. When we
Great.
were in town, she's the only person I asked.
Right, and we know Zara's a tentacle, so
We don't know that for sure, but I'm praying she's not. Because if she is what Sindra was, then she knows where my family is, and that's on me.
It doesn't make any sense that she would plant this and not just tell us. So it's likely not related. I wanted to ask this line about stillness beating inside the rage. Could this
Yeah, what that
allude
shit
to?
is.
Could this be alluding to someone asleep or someone being hidden?
Calming of
something.
anger, maybe.
or is it just talking about like a natural disaster?
Hmm. Reading through this, I don't think it's Veric. No offense to him, but he doesn't seem bright enough to write all this. Not in the way it's worded, at least.
Also, who gives a shit about the taste of salves?
What's a salve?
Like what you put on wounds, sort of.
Why would you put that in your mouth?
I think they mean it's like
Off.
Oh, okay.
You guys see Lillian in front of you guys, who is actively arguing with members of the military, the Avbroncan army, about keeping wounded off of the magic circle that is the portal that has been used. She's basically trying to get them to no, you need to use the other buildings. Like this is going to be designated to make sure that if we need to, we can get out of here. That kind of thing. She's quite brilliant under pressure, it seems.
Would you have shared that Beak had mentioned asking not Alistray for help, but someone else?
Yeah.
Was that out loud?
That was out loud, yeah.
Beak, when you mentioned asking for help, are you referencing Kuronsali?
She will, instead of nodding, she'll give 2 small taps on Zephyril's palm.
How would you communicate? Is there a limit to what you can ask for?
She will give another 2 taps.
I think it is worth doing. Only because I have more trust that the Lady of Death is neutral, more neutral than Alistray would ever be.
I mean, any lead's better than none, right?
Perhaps she would give a lead, maybe not. Maybe she could shed light on this mysterious note as well.
Right.
Beak will grab her tablet, and she hasn't erased what she wrote before, which is, what is our next course of action?
I think we should still head to the tournament.
I think so too.
Gain some more information about this riddle.
It's a place to rub a lot of elbows.
Beak will take these into consideration.
Elbows? Sorry.
Yes.
Is that a trigger word?
She'll stop what she was about to do and just stare at Argentum.
Sorry. Had an idea. Looking at this poem.
Oh, it wasn't
A
the
purple
elbows, was it?
Purple sun thrice denied. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in drow culture, third sons are usually killed off, right? Or they are at least not favorable. If they do live, they are not favored, right?
Are guys not favored in general?
Yes. Men are...
Most of the time, yeah.
They are below. We saw that firsthand in the temple when we first met Alondra, but they're just sort of like tapping like the palm of their hand like beneath like or like between their brows, just like almost like they're trying to like knock the thoughts loose. Just so a purple sun thrice denied, that would refer to a I love riddles. That would refer to a third drow son, probably.
Okay.
Okay.
And
I'm following up until
Ray-
this point.
Ray, you know, to jog your lore, you know that there are 2 sons. Lolth has 2 sons. Veyron and Selvatarm.
So, but just and Beauty would just be her grandson in that family tree.
Grandson.
Yep.
Well, Lolth only has 2 sons.
Yes.
Right. We know that. Or
Unless you
I
would
do now,
count-
actually, I should say.
Unless you would count the offspring of her son as also her son.
It'd be grandson. It is still related to her son.
It's also safe to assume
Still
that
a
if Feyround
son.
is at least a little purple, then his son is as well.
It is possible.
Or they sing like
Okay.
grandson as in like third down.
Mm-hmm.
And if my hunch on the stillness possibly relating to that beating heart, with the word, focusing on the word beats.
You're right. Oh, I could kiss you again, but I won't.
I would
Oh,
prefer you did not.
I know, I'm sorry. You're just brilliant and you're getting my brain working. I love it.
I'll kiss Ray instead.
While you guys are discussing all this, Beak's been like stealing glances at the letter. Since she's shorter than all of you who are stupid tall, and she's not.
Yeah.
She's been kind of like having to hop a little bit and like go
Lower
up
it down.
Oh,
Yeah.
baby.
Lower it down.
And but
Sorry, love.
she's been jotting stuff down, and she'll flip over the tablet, and it says, "The gift they stole darkened the skies equals moon? Question mark. Sun? Question mark. Missing? Question mark."
Mm.
The skies darkened on that day too, didn't it?
Which day?
Oh, you know,
You're talking about the day
when they come out. Oh, I was just saying the day when all the riders came out.
Yes.
That's a good point. This is supposed to be made of the same stuff that you guys had for your invitations.
Yes.
I see.
What
Beak is
I-
saying. Okay.
Go. No,
You
go.
go. I
going.
understand. I think Beak is saying that it's almost in a metaphor that the sun is missing and therefore the sky is dark.
God, you guys are smart.
And
That one-
And
what you were saying, Ray.
This.
The beating heart, right? I remember Alice Stray said something along the lines of Beery was essentially Veyron's heart, you know, like everyone has a weakness, right? And it is usually
right.
those things that are closest to our hearts. And Veyron knows how to use that against us. And he has. Think about all that he's taken from us. It is the things that are closest to us. What is closest to our hearts. So I think you are correct, Ray.
So if the
About
first line
all
is
of what you just said.
the first line's talking about Beery and potentially Veyron, what about the rest of them?
A gnarled twig strikes far and true, but magic helps this big twig too. And it's not T-O-O, it's T-W-O.
Beak is already writing something new, and she shows her tablet, and it reads, "A gnarled twig strikes far and true equals arrow?" Question mark.
That could be right.
and magic helps it.
And Argentum will pull from their bag the crossbow bolt that we found in.
It's all coming together.
You still held on to that thing.
Of fucking course I did. It's still words. Unless it's not, but it has still wording on it. Sorry. They'll just push up their glasses. They'll put the crossbow bolt. We found this. Third son, darlings.
Oh,
Third son.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
I know.
I am so proud of you guys. You got a half a riddle left, but it's happening.
We're putting our noggins to listen, man. I can't solve every riddle in about 2 seconds. Okay,
No,
that's a one-time thing.
I didn't want to give you guys anything, and I'm not going to moving forward. But you're on the right track.
I'm not following this crossbow bolt.
Okay, so it says Doerden on it, right? Yes. So in all my readings, and I've read a lot,
Oh, we know.
well, a lot about the famed Dritz Doerden a lot. There was many tellings of many of his writings in the orphanage. Sort of an inspiration to me. So he is the third son of House Doerden. Right.
Correct.
And a gnarled twig strikes far and true, but magic helps this big twig too. So
TWO.
Yeah, TWO. Could it be that Doerden and Buri are connected? I don't know. It's maybe a stretch, but
Murmur?
I don't know.
But it's a good guess.
Maybe
They're all
we
connected
look
to Lolth in
for
some way, right?
Warden.
Yes. Go ahead, Sunder. Sorry, I missed
I
that.
was saying, if it's referring to Beery and Duarden, maybe it's a way to tell us that we should look for them. In a way, maybe they can help us find them.
Interesting.
How many members of the Dark Celadrin?
It's a cadre of gods. Let me double check and see the exact numbers.
Right.
There are 9.
Oh, good lord.
9 gone.
So close.
Mhm.
There aren't 10 hands of Lolth. Let me
Okay. I mean, moving down, you know anybody with eyes like fire?
Eyes like
Is that a Doerden thing?
Mm-mm. It is said that his eyes are like lavender. That's a famous thing about him, is that his eyes are very different from most drow. So I don't think that would refer to him. Unless because Beery is related by blood to Asmodeus, and we think about who came for our darling Ipswich, related to fire.
Right.
In that plane, eyes like fire and sweat like dew. But whose eyes? Is it me or you? And it's I singular, so it could be in reference to the Eye of Lolth, because there was the eye spread about. I'm losing the thread.
So you're saying this is talking about Beery? You're saying this is like Beery's like a mixed kid?
I mean, he is. He is a mixed kid because he is the son of Veyraun and
he is half devil, half drow, technically.
Yes, he's half devil and half drow, essentially.
So eyes like fire is the mom and sweat like dew's the dad.
That would make sense. The singular eye is curious to me. Redemption, violence, friendship, calm. All sour salves, all failing bounds. I'm gonna have to sit with that.
Perhaps we don't have it all just yet. I mean, we did just get the box.
But we didn't just
solve
get the box,
but
well, we just opened it.
Yeah, but you don't know what's inside and
for almost a year.
I know. I'm sorry. There was never a good time.
I know, but like this is great. I'm the catharsis I'm feeling right now is insane. I'm so glad. I'm like watching you guys figure this out. It's great. But yeah, you are right. You may not have all the information you need right now.
It won't help. Well, does anyone have a map of Lolthlorian? If Bronca, at least.
I'm sure we have some somewhere.
Lillian stops by and is like, "Oh, it's just off the top here," and like a roll of paper falls off of this stack of books, and she gestures to if Broncan guard and a rider of Koth like physically fighting, and runs over to break it up. Hey! And this paper rolls out, and it's a map of Lothlorien.
Lay this map out. Put the dragon chess piece
on the spine of Loth.
Okay.
Okay.
and
Okay.
the
I put it.
Black Bishop on Eve Bronca.
Okay. Okay. I put the pieces down. We're instructed.
When you look at, I can't obviously, but when you look at the directions, a bishop is only going to travel diagonally.
Correct.
Okay.
Is there any relations between the cities, the locations?
Yeah. Can we see?
The bishop, if you guys look in I don't know if is it art? I'm not sure. There's a map of
It's in
Lothlorian
lore.
somewhere. It's in lore. Okay.
It's
If you look at the map of Lothlorian, the spine of
That's so
Lolth
helpful.
is directly to the northwest of Ivbranca, looking at the map as it is, which is a diagonal direction.
Right.
The spike is northwest of. Oh, I see what you mean.
Yep.
It's a mountain range, and then there's one that is northwest.
Yes.
The stone curtain is also a diagonal from there. That's
Stone
where
Curtain
the,
spans a huge
Okay.
acreage. Like it's very
large.
big.
And we
so I'm gonna-
are.
I'll point to the spine that like is northwest. Like, so you saying this is the one?
You can draw a straight line from a straight diagonal line from Ivbranca to the spine of Lolth, where it is. Where did you put the dragon chess piece?
I just, as a placeholder, I said to put it on the spine of Loth because the only dragon we know was headed there.
Okay.
But if anyone has any other ideas, you could feel free to move that one. These chess pieces were included for a reason.
No, you're right.
Am I able to line up the biased, the cut on these pieces?
Line up so that you could put them together, or
Like they're cut by this, they're both cut by the blade, right? Like a blade. Can I see if they were cut in the same motion, or
it seems like they were cut in the same angle at the same, not the same time, but at the same angle and with the same implement.
Another important question: what is the role of the dragon chess piece? I've never played
In
dragon
chess.
chess.
Okay, so dragon chess is essentially like, I mean, it's like
oh, is it that three-dimensional chess?
yeah.
it's 3D chess. Yeah, it's 3D chess. It's they
Okay,
do
I
it's
see.
basically, I don't know if you've ever seen Star Trek, but they did 5D chess. There's you basically are playing separate smaller games of chess. And it shows there's an air level, which is the top level, land level, which is the mid level, and then there's Underdark, which is the furthest one below. Now the dragon in dragon chess can move. Yeah, how many of you what? Hold on, how many of you know how to play dragon chess in your sheets?
Would we know?
Oh, like a skill?
Yeah, as a skill.
Let me
I
find.
didn't
Let me
even
see if I
realize you
know.
could take that. Hold on,
I didn't either.
Crazy, you can read so well, but you don't know how to play dragon chess.
I know, right?
Roasted.
Getting
My
dumped
papa's
on.
never taught me.
What, I don't know what that. Is there an option to be like, yeah, I'm proficient in this? Where is that? Like, where would you have clicked?
It's
that
like
option?
it's like in your bonus stuff. It's not anything mechanically advantageous, which is why I included this, because it would be a rarity for you guys to have. It's but you can totally select it, because you can, if you're a bard or whatever, if you get certain feats or class features, you can select to be proficient in a game. Like a bard or a rogue can be proficient in a game.
Yep, got that.
Are none of you know how to play dragon chess?
I don't think so.
I'll
I didn't
be
know it was
honest.
I'm like, I didn't know it was a thing to take.
It would come from your
Also,
background.
be right
I
back.
assume.
I gotta go get something from the front door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be honest,
no,
guys.
There's nothing in my background.
I'll be honest, guys. I've heard Zach talk about it a few times, but really wasn't really interested. So some nerdy bullshit.
There's a lot of people around here that might know what this piece does.
Sure, if you can flag someone down.
Yeah.
Who would you like to ask?
Lillian!
Lillian.
This small girl,
When in
again,
doubt,
Lillian
Lillian
is
it
like
out.
4'9". She is tiny. is trying to pry these two soldiers apart. One said he stole the other's liquor, and one of them is clearly very drunk. And she's just, I'm a bit preoccupied.
Yeah, but it's about dragon chess.
Sunder, would you mind helping her out?
With pleasure. I'll go and help them out with
Okay.
their little soldier problem.
You love dragon chess.
How would you like to help?
Honestly, I just try and pull them apart and just give them a stern talking to, I suppose.
Okay, make an athletics check, please.
Okay. Athletics. 11.
11. Okay. You are able to help the one who is sober get the drunk one off and into a corner. And the force of you pushing him down, he knocked his head on some of the masonry behind him, one of the columns, and is now unconscious, but like snoring. So he's asleep. And the Ivbroncan military guy, who looks to be like a grunt of some kind, goes over, ruffles through his belongings, and takes out a wineskin and takes a sip from it and spits on him, and then puts it on his waist. Nods to you, Sunder, and Lillian says, yeah, "Thank you. What did you need?"
We needed some help with information on dragon chess, I think, is what they were speaking of.
Yes.
I know how to play. I'm not very good.
Hmm.
We just
see
need to know
what
what
you
the
have.
dragon piece does.
Yes, show me. What's wrong?
We've a bishop and a dragon. I've never played dragon chess before. What do these pieces do?
Dragon chess is quite challenging. It utilizes a third dimension to step up the game, as it were. WELDE chess was just not enough for the elves. The dragon piece, yes, of course. If I recall correctly, it can move diagonally up or down a level. And it can capture any piece remotely directly below it or above it. That's the strategy behind it anyway. Why are you playing?
Let's just say I've developed a sudden interest.
Well, should you need a partner, I am not great, but don't
sell yourself short.
What does
Watch
a
it.
bishop do?
Well, this is just WELDE chess.
Yes.
This is a normal bishop, diagonally either way. About 4 spaces, I think. It's been a while. I prefer dragon chess.
Okay. That actually helps a lot. Thank you, darling. I know you have a lot on your plate. If you need any help with, anything, please ask us. You are doing more than enough.
I will try. The adults who show up aren't really pulling their weight.
Somehow more childish, aren't they?
Yes. Anyway, I must go. Good luck with everything. And if you need my help again, I'll try to do it.
Thank you, love.
And she
And get some
scurries
rest
away.
when you can.
She
Oh, I know that laugh well.
So yeah, she basically informs you that a dragon can capture any piece directly above it or below it and can move diagonally any number of squares on the top level.
It doesn't need to like, how do I say, move to capture above and below.
No. To capture above and below, it can do that remotely. It can just grab.
It just like beams them like from
Yes.
above and below. Okay, I see. Interesting.
So it basically has it can grab anything above or below it.
Okay, it's God. I understand.
But yeah, you
Actually
guys
reminds
do,
me of a shogi piece.
Yeah. It's it kind of Dragon chess has elements of shogi chess checkers, a bunch of other like old school tabletop games.
Okay, so if we are what? Say words.
I was gonna say, I'll be honest, that told me nothing.
Well, it does, because think about it. The spine of Lolth and Eve Bronca are diagonal. It could be some sort of hint about who's doing what based on what moves these pieces can play.
Mm-hmm.
To me, all signs are pointing to going below the mountain range.
Spine of Lolth. I am sort of... Well, I'm grateful that I am here with all of you and that we are figuring this out together. It is making me regret... I mean, hindsight is 20/20, unlike my vision. But it is making me regret not going with Dakota because he was going to the spine of Lolth.
Well, you can warm the bench for us. We'll be there
really
soon,
hope.
right?
I hope they're okay, especially with what they were looking for.
I'm still a little hung up on the signed name. I'm gonna be completely honest.
Yes, because who could that have been?
It starts with a V and there's only 6 letters, and there's only 2 people that I've met in my life that have a V in their name and 6 letters, and one of them is dead.
Who's the other person, darling?
Well, he was the head of the temple that I grew up in. His name is Venra.
Venra, okay.
But I don't think he would have anything to do with this. He was
Any
simply
connection
just,
to Yabranka at all?
I mean, he talked about visiting every so often, but never anything crazy. Considering where the temple was located, it was almost a 2-day cart ride to even get to Ivbranka.
Right,
and
yeah.
he rarely left.
Where
It's a
was it
little far.
located?
The temple,
Yes.
it was about south of Bronca. So about south of here. A good long ways away from here. I would say it would be closer to here, and Sunder will point on the map close to the where it's situated of the heart of Lolth.
Wait, what's the name of this place?
The temple that I grew up in.
Yeah.
It was just a temple of Ilmater. I don't remember it having any official name, personally.
Interesting. Could be something.
It could be, but I don't think the old man would have had anything to do with it. Because go ahead.
I'm always hesitant to ask this, but was he human? Was he drow?
He was an elf. So drow.
Close enough,
yes.
right?
Yeah, close enough. He was a drow. Like I remember that very vividly. He was a very tall drow man, and it was quite awkward, considering I was the only tiefling in the temple.
He was drow. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Connections are possible.
And after
obviously.
After about, you don't know how much time has passed. But everyone around you, all the din, all the movement, all the crying, the shouting, the screaming, the laughing, has simmered way down. And you notice that you're talking at a reasonable volume to a relatively quiet great hall.
Oh, fuck.
Veric has fallen asleep next to Tyel. He hasn't left his side. As has Krillin. There are still some students meandering around. But what you do notice is the moon suffused the sun's light, sparkling in through the stained glass. Stars outside faintly twinkle behind the whipping aurora of the purple shadows in the sky. And it's very still. 3 hours have passed as you've deliberated.
We might be out of time, at least talking over here.
Yeah. You make a good point.
To
Beak
answer.
jots down rest required.
Yeah.
I think that is a good course of action.
Who is holding the poetry?
Probably Argentum.
I would assume Argent.
Yeah.
Argentum, make a perception check.
Couldn't pry
Okay.
it from Argentum's cold dead hands.
Mm-hmm.
Invisible ink in the moon.
Bro, if
The
this is some
moon.
moon letter shit, I'm a shit.
The moon haunts you.
Conchu's in my
What'd you get?
brain.
Conchu.
11.
That'd be an 11, yeah.
An 11?
Yeah.
It's funny. It just kind of seemed natural, but as the sun rose in the sky, night taking over, the moon's light just kind of follows you guys wherever you seem to move, just slightly. If you bend over, just kind of adjust itself. If you lean back, just adjust itself a little bit. I mean, it's filling the room, but you feel it on yourselves.
Don't touch me.
The moon is watching us. I believe it is a sign.
That what? She's calling in?
Mhm.
Illustrator may have their eyes on us.
I think it is a sign we are on the right track.
Hmm.
I think perhaps we rest and we go to the temple once we are all sufficiently, well, rested. Or we go tonight under the moonlight while she is watching.
Have an audience.
Either way is fine with me. Just,
She might be calling us.
I'm a little tapped, so if bad things happen, well,
I'm more than happy to accompany in whatever we decide.
I'm
Beak
Beak
sorry.
will tap her tablet that reads rest required again.
Beaky
I,
is sleepy. Yes, go ahead, Ray.
No, I agree with Beak. And whether you go now or tomorrow, I'm not going to go.
I understand. Can we trust you alone with Alondra?
enter 3
What?
charges. 4 on 1. I mean, I guess you got it.
What? It was a ritual to usher on the dead.
It was a ritual.
What you call it, mate?
It was a.
I'm fucking with you. But yeah, no, I understand. We will sleep. We will come back to this rested.
We
If you all want me to keep watch, I will happily stay up, and we'll change. We may be among many friends here, but I still think we should take watches.
I agree with you.
I also think we need to hurry. There's days until the tournament.
I
And if
agree.
we end up
Yeah.
having to venture down
The
into a
plan I
mountain
thought was to
range.
set out tomorrow so we could make it before it started. That's what
I'll
Derek
go
said.
to the temple myself if I must, but yeah.
Well, if you're going to the temple, then I'll accompany you.
We can go tonight while the others sleep and then set out first thing in the morning.
If you're set on doing so, maybe you should tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, she rubbed me the wrong way. I'm happy sitting out.
Yeah.
So,
You hear that? You're a little bit abrasive.
We need her
Uh,
help. Fi.
which one of you guys are going to sleep?
Me.
Okay. Fi? Ray?
I will basically like just keep a watch on this area while Argentum and Sunder are out, and then
Okay.
when they return, I'll sleep.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
Does that make
sounds
sense?
good. Yeah.
I want to make sure that
Um,
B can B gets a Fi gets a
Okay, so just Fi.
sleep now, and B
I
gets
sleep in.
Yeah, I'm
All right,
being-
where you-
also
where-
sleeping.
And Beaky sleeping. Okay. Where do you guys go to sleep?
I'm sure I can find like a place that is not so like there's like
Actually, in
Yeah.
for infinite pragmatism, Lillian has laid out bedrolls for all of you, including Beak.
oh nice, one of the
And on one of the bedrolls, there is a little note, and there's something inside of like a parcel.
Okay.
Everyone gets a note, or just for Phoenix?
There's just one. It's not even any particular one. It's just a bedroll has this on it.
I
Okay.
see.
I'll go to that bedroll first, and I'll first check for spiders inside the
Good,
bed
Hold on.
sheets.
man. Yes,
think-
good
I think-
job.
Somebody's at the door. Hold on a second.
Somebody at the door.
Just in
Somebody
case
at the
it-
door.
Just in case, one of these friends left me a nice little bedtime snack prank.
Little welcome home gift.
You open the parcel to find a singular biscuit, and inside
Pay me
this
back for
biscuit,
the
spider.
pay me back for the cockroach from last couple of moons ago.
It's just a stale Biscoff cookie.
Just nasty, stale, just crumbling
It's
in
a
on
little
itself.
moldy.
Okay.
It's like-
Alright, so I'm back.
This is your lunch from
Singular
when you
hair.
left.
Yeah, just in case. I don't think Jonathan's forgotten yet.
Go ahead.
Ah,
You take what happens. Okay, cool. So you take the little parcel, right?
Yeah.
It's a small little letter, and it looks like there's like a.
Oh, you're
lump-
quiet again.
Ah, shit. Hold on. There we go. Oh shit.
There we go.
Okay. Oh, is it like sealed? Is it like just like folded?
It is. Am I hot? Hold on. There we go. All right.
I mean, yeah.
It's not sealed. It's just kind of tucked. The flap of the letter's just kind of tucked in, but you can feel there's something. There's like a lump in there. It's hard.
All right.
There's
I'll
something in there.
untuck it.
All right, you
Better
untuck
not
it.
be a
You pull out
biscuit. Better not be
the
a
piece.
biscuit.
You pull out the piece of. There's a piece of parchment in there, and it's the penmanship is very nice. It's quick and dirty, and parts of it are burnt, and this is just something they could find. But it says, regardless of what happens, you're still all heroes. And on the inside, there is the hero piece from Dragon Chess. And that's what we're going to call tonight.
What the fuck?
Nice.
Yup.
They are closer than we thought.
What the fuck, man?
It's the moon.
the moon.
It's our stream, bro.
The moon.
The moon!
It's in my brain.
Moon's haunted.
Man.
It's on, always has been. Oh, all right. Hell of a fucking game, guys. That was
Oh
intense.
yeah, dude.
Oh!
What a great time.
That
oh
was
my
fun.
goodness. Yeah. No,
Oh
It's
my
just gonna be
going on?
rotating in my fucking brain forever.
Oh, that is
I like
messed
that.
up. I'm going to hurt you. No, I'm just looking at the dragon chess rules right now.
Yeah. I was surprised a lot of you didn't know I don't know why, but like when I make characters in D&D Beyond or on my sheet, they always just know Dragon Chest. I don't know what I selected to make it so that they know Dragon Chest. So I just kind of thought that was like, oh, everyone knows like Dragon Chest and like Rimrack and
Dragon Chest.
Yeah.
Listen, you know what? I always pick like dice or like cards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you think, right? But Dragon Chest is just like so. Oh, what is Dragon Chest? It's
It's for
five
weenies.
pages. Yeah. But we had some really good moments with Ray becoming Spider Jesus.
Take that, Spider-Man. There's a new hero in New York.
There's a new webhead in town.
That scene was so difficult, but I really appreciate you pushing me to see it through.
Of course, man. I'm super happy with what came out. I honestly didn't know how that was gonna go.
Yeah, that was really cool.
But there's plenty more of that too. I'll tell you guys about that later. But yeah, we got that. You guys finally opened the fucking parcel after like 15 episodes or something like that. Which no, it's okay. It was great.
Which works out. It works out for us because I feel like we had way more info this time around.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're able to piece it together. Yeah. Had you opened that the day of, you would have been like, "What the fuck is going on?"
I would have opened it, fucking forgotten about it, and been like, "Whoop-a-doot-doot-doot."
But we got that. We got some light Sunderlord. We didn't get where I wanted to get, but it's okay. There's plenty more time.
We're
We're
yappers.
gonna go on a little escapade, Sunder. Let's go.
Yeah, you guys are gonna go on a little
escapade.
twofer journey. It's gonna be good. I'm excited. And then Silent Beak literally saving the leader of the free world, which is pretty cool.
Bro,
Silent
Silent Beak MVP today. Can we?
She like saved 2 people back to back.
Yeah. Fucking
she's just like,
Queen
it's nothing.
Beak.
Queen Beak.
Queen Beak, y'all. Can we get Queen Beak in chat? Hello?
Queen Beak.
I love
Thinking
my
Beak,
Queen
thinking
Beak.
Thinking Beak.
Thinking Beak.
I mean,
Oh.
the phrase "silent peak."
Silent Peak.
Silent Beak is fucking amazing. Oh man.
Oh,
that is
Peak
the nickname.
Beak.
I'm sad. I really wanted to see what Kironsili would have said to your
There's still
divination.
Still can.
There's still time.
I guess we'll see
know
next
it's
time.
still
There's
time.
There's still time.
I don't want to wait another week.
It's okay. It's okay. We got like next week is gonna be even more entertaining. There's so much
I
shit
think so.
set up now that there's a lot going on. I can't
We gotta
play
hurry
it.
and get out of here, guys.
Yeah, we do. It's like almost 1
Yeah.
a.m. here.
No, I
it
mean
is
we gotta
past
hurry
1
and
a.m.
get out of this.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
castle.
that's it. But usually we do a little shout out about cool stuff we got going on. I will start. I am currently in Washington D.C. If you can come by Awesome Con, not only can you see me, but you can see Keith Silverstein, Erica Mendez, Christina V, Melanie, Nick Frost, Simon Pegg, Orlando Bloom, John Rhys Davies, Liv Tyler. Like it's like the cover of Teen Beat in 2015. It's insane. It's great. But anybody else got anything cool going on that you guys want to pitch? You want to show? You want to talk about?
Well, I'll go first because my V2 studio crashed. But
Okay.
I got nothing, guys. 07.
Okay. All right. I'll go first.
Tomorrow I will be doing a wine night collab with myself, Monarch, Jubilee, and Ace. The 4 of us have been friends for fucking ever, and we're gonna be playing Repo. So we're gonna be doing a 4-way collab. The wine night.
Oh, nice. You think Tinkin? That's how the furries say drinking.
Well, I'm not a furry, so I wouldn't have known that.
I know.
Some of them might be. I have to drive after, so I might have at least a glass of wine. But it'll be a good time. It'll be again, me, Monarch, Jubilee, and Ace. It's gonna be a good chaotic time. It's the Dems and Femmes night. I'm about it.
Fuck yeah.
That sounds like fun.
All right, go check him out. That sounds like Clip Central.
Yeah, it's gonna be fucking wild. Because Monarch's the only person who's played Repo out of the group.
Oh really? Oh my god.
Good
So
luck.
she gets to guide us, which is gonna
I've
be
an elbow deep in Repo, and it's Like honestly,
I love this.
out. Like,
So
oh my
funny.
god.
I have something cool in progress
Lay it
to
on,
share.
Slugger.
My in the next few months, my face will be changing. So I will be switching VTuber models entirely. I guess a redo of sorts.
Holy shit!
I just got it in progress today. So I'm excited to see how it
That's
turns
awesome,
out.
man.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
you should show us when you get something tangible.
I
we can
will.
sink our teeth into. I'd love to
I'll
see
show
it.
you guys. I'll show you
You
guys
better leak
privately.
it to us.
I'll leak it.
Please, leak it. Leak the model, damn it.
I've seen it. Tee.
Okay,
you
rub
have.
it in.
Damn.
right.
I've shown them the design, but I'm not sure how it's gonna turn out when it's like movable, like in
I'm sure it's
VTuber
gonna
form.
look good, dude.
I'm a little nervous, but yeah. So if I just if my profile picture goes dark one day, it's because Brandon is switching.
Okay. Fantastic. I'm excited to see it, man. It's gonna be great.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Anybody else got anything cool, fun, or awesome they want to talk about?
Well, this isn't happening for a couple of days, but speaking of collab shit, me and Scylla are going to be playing the Dark Pictures anthology on Tuesday.
Hell
We're
yeah.
going to be playing,
Nice.
I think we're playing Little Hope, right?
We
That's what we're
can,
doing.
whichever one you haven't done
That
and want to
game?
do. I've played
yeah.
all of them, so
Oh,
you
same.
get to pick.
I have two. I'm like running back through them, so I'll probably do Little
bet.
Hope.
Sweet, let's do it.
W.
Jelly. I haven't played those either. I can't wait to sink my teeth into those if I get my hands.
They're a good time.
Please do.
My
Oh, here.
favorite
They're
is
so fun.
House of Ashes is probably the best one.
Yeah, that's what I also hear from everybody is that's the best.
Oh, you like House of
Yeah.
Ashes?
I walk
Oh,
to
I
the side
loved
and I
it.
see those.
Oh,
It's like
House
a
of
very
Ashes is
polarizing
amazing.
title. Like either you love it or you hate it.
I enjoyed it.
It's the
I thought it
only
was
one that I
great.
really, really liked.
Okay. And these are all horror, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Made by the same people who made Until Dawn.
Yeah.
Have Rami Malek in it?
No, not
God,
quite.
I wish.
So, one of them has Ashley Tisdale in it, though.
Cool. That's fun. All right. Anybody else got anything neat, fun, or cool they want to talk about before we say goodnight, everybody?
I think that's it for now.
That's it.
All right.
I believe
We're gonna go
so.
raid my
Yeah.
friend Rin. Who was playing
Rin.
Schedule
Rin.
1. I don't know
Oh,
what that is.
dude, drug.
Drugs.
Drug.
Game?
Have you ever
Yeah,
wanted to
kinda-
sell
it's really
drugs?
funny.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Let's go sell some drugs, guys. All right, let's
Fucking
let's
drugs.
let's take the opportunity before we go to say good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Good night,
Good night,
everybody.
everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Gin, 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 gin.